Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. We are starting right off the bat with a tornado warning that has just been issued here in western Tennessee. This is back over north of Memphis, where we do have a storm that has been rapidly organizing over the last several minutes. Lots of reports recently as well of a wall cloud on this storm. So if you are in this tornado warning near Millington or Arlington in western Tennessee, just north of Memphis, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows and getting on the lowest floor possible and into an interior room of your home or building. Right now, bottom right of your screen, that is right now live inside of the tornado warning, and we also have storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who is coming up on this right now, so we'll go to him in just a moment. This storm is quickly moving to the east, currently at about 40 miles per hour. This includes Shelby, Tipton counties in Tennessee, and then Crittenden County in Arkansas, rapidly moving to the east. Now, this storm over the last several minutes has had a peak of rotation. About 10-15 minutes ago, the velocities were very intense. We actually had a lot of convergence here near Turl. We almost had a tornado drop here near Turl in Arkansas, but over the last few minutes, that has really quickly broadened out. Now, I do think that we are going to see this recycle as it continues to move east towards areas like Galloway and Arlington in Tennessee. So make sure that you're still staying very weather aware as this storm continues to track to the east. I do want to point out that this is a bit more of a significant risk here for some severe weather today. It's going to stay scattered, so not everybody's going to see severe storms, but we do have a tornado watch that is in place here. This goes until 11 o'clock Central Time for western Kentucky, western and central Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas, where a few tornadoes will be possible. Damaging winds as well and some large hail are all in the forecast, and we are already starting to see severe storms ramping up very quickly right now. Back over in northeastern Mississippi, we have a storm that is rapidly organizing that's approaching Payton and just north of Belmont. This is off to the north of Tupelo here in northeastern Mississippi, currently organizing with just a little bit of a hook actually forming here just over the last few minutes near Highway 4. You can see the velocities are starting to come together as well. This might be something to watch for as this goes towards Florence in northwestern Alabama. I do think a tornado is a possibility with this storm as it continues to track into northwestern Alabama. So definitely a concern there. Further down to the south and west, we also have multiple other storms that are firing off right now. One in northeastern Louisiana near Oak Grove and Lake Providence. This one's producing some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, in addition to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's also now storms firing up just to the south and west of Jackson, Mississippi, that are also now producing some large hail and damaging winds. So a lot of different storms right now firing up here across Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and as well as Tennessee. But the most concerning one as of right now is this one that is right now north of Memphis that has the capability of producing a tornado. Once again, the rotation on this is a little bit weaker than just a few minutes ago, but it very well could intensify again as it continues to move to the east. Let's go over to a live shot. This is back over live currently in Memphis, Tennessee, looking at this Supercell on the Radar Omega camera. We also have a storm chaser, Ryan Scholl, who is currently approaching this storm as well. We're going to go to him in just a moment, but this is, again, looking at this particular storm just from a little bit more of a distance. Not really a great view since we're still a little bit further out, but if we go to this camera in Millington, this is actually looking directly at where we would be looking at a lowering, which it looks like kind of in the middle right of your screen. I believe that might be the lowering right there. So this storm might still have a wall cloud with it, despite the velocities being a little bit weaker over the last few minutes, but it does look like we do have a lowering back there just beyond the tree line. And if you look bottom right of your screen, this is the storm. It's going to be moving right towards the camera that I just circled, so it's going to be like right in the path of it. So if we have a tornado or a lowering or a wall cloud, we'll be able to see it here in the next few minutes as this storm approaches Millington in Tennessee. So definitely a bit more of a concerning storm right now, especially if it's able to cycle, which right now is not producing a tornado, but might here in the next several minutes as the storm itself, a little bit of divergence right now, but once we start to see the velocities increase again, we may see a tornado drop out of this as it moves towards Arlington and as well as Millington. I didn't expect to go live today. I did mention that today we definitely could go live, and I think it warrants a live stream. The tornado risk today is just a large 5%. We don't have a hatched tornado risk, but it doesn't mean we can't see strong tornadoes. So definitely don't let your guard down today. Let's go to this. We're going to go 3-cam view, and my face cam is not on here. All right, there we go. But this is our 3-cam view. Ryan Scholl, bottom right of your screen. He is right now approaching this storm here in western Tennessee. But again, tornado warning is currently in place. One of the things that I think is going to determine our tornado risk today are the low-level winds. They aren't overly strong, but over here in Tennessee and northern Mississippi, our winds are a lot stronger in the low levels. So I do think our tornado risk is a bit more elevated across Tennessee and northern Mississippi, and especially even this storm that's going towards Florence right now in northwestern Alabama. I think these are going to be the storms that are going to be capable of the more significant risk of hail, wind, and even maybe a tornado or two. So this is really going to be the general area that I think the most significant risk happens in today. But we do have a cold front that's going to be crashing down here across the deep south that also could spawn a few storms with damaging winds, hail, and even tornadoes. So first off, we have some discrete cells out there, many of those currently already in progress across Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. But as we go later into the evening, we'll have a line of storms that'll be pushing south and east, and that'll also be capable of that same sort of risk of damaging winds, hail, and embedded tornadoes. And this is the latest over the last few minutes on the velocities. Looks like we have a little bit of rotation, maybe developing northwest of Millington. So that'll be something to watch for. Let's go full screen to Ryan Scholl, who is, again, currently on this storm. This is his live view of this.
Supercell. This is north of the Memphis metro area.
Listening to Scholl here.
From Millington. That is where the radar site is for this storm.
Also, the storm in northeastern Mississippi is ramping up very quickly. Bottom right of your screen. Velocities are intensifying near Marietta.
I'll take some ping pong ball sized hail to the dome right now.
So again, this is Ryan Scholl, who is approaching this storm in western Tennessee.
Look really cool. I'm trying to get a video of this.
Once it gets past the trees, we might see something.
I can't.
There's a lot of trees apparently in western Tennessee. This is live. We are live. I don't know if the tree line's ever going to end, but there might again be a lowering back there. This is the camera in Millington, which is where this storm is currently approaching. I'm gonna go back. Bottom right of your screen, this is what the storm looks like. Camera is right over Millington. So storm is currently approaching. This is what it looks like from that camera view, which again, not really seeing much right now. Maybe a small little lowering on the left. There was a wall cloud with this that was a lot more organized about 15 to 20 minutes ago, but the velocities were not very strong. We didn't have much wind in the low levels, but again, it could intensify again here in the next few minutes. We're gonna go back to the 3-cam view. We'll keep Scholl bottom right, as he is currently approaching the storm near Millington. But I do want to draw your attention back over to northeastern Mississippi. This storm has become a lot more concerning. We don't currently have a tornado warning with this, but the velocities are rapidly intensifying right over Bay Springs Lake, approaching Tishomingo, and will eventually go to Florence, Alabama. We are starting to see convergence here right over Highway 4, which means that our velocities are starting to come together. We almost have a couplet developing right where this hook echo is. And so this storm definitely could become a concern. I think we may have a storm chaser on that storm, but I'm going to double check here in a second. They have just updated the tornado warning, so this no longer includes Arkansas. It's only in Tennessee. So again, that's going to be for Millington. So be in your safe place again if you are in this tornado warning. I do think Ben Williams is actually on the other storm. I need to figure that out, though. He's not, I don't think, live yet. But whenever Ben Williams goes live, we are definitely going to go over to him because he's on that storm here back over near Boonville. But again, this storm's really rapidly organizing. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a wall cloud with that. Again, eventually going towards Florence. So if you're over in Florence or northwestern Alabama, stay vigilant. We could definitely get a tornado on that storm here very soon as that continues to track east. Again, this is not the most favorable environment for tornadoes today, but this is a very high instability environment, very unstable atmosphere across the deep south and the Tennessee Valley, which is going to lead to a lot of different thunderstorms that are capable of producing severe weather. Our biggest concerns are hail and wind, with the potential also for tornadoes in play. All right, let's go back to Scholl. I think he might have a bit more of a view of this now. Nope, never mind. Still a lot of trees, but Scholl is currently located near Millington. He's on the north side of Memphis. He's coming into the south side of Millington right now. So he's on the south side of town. while he gets past these trees. This is a live shot right now from Memphis. So Memphis right now looking very ominous. Memphis, by the way, you're probably going to barely get missed by this storm. It is just barely to your north right now. So good news if you're in Memphis. You're probably going to avoid the worst of the hail and wind, but you do still have a risk of severe weather for the next couple hours. How long is the threat expected? This is going to probably run through about 1 or 2 a.m., but our most significant risk for severe weather will run through, will probably run through about 9 or 10. So we got about 4 or 5 hours of the more significant risk, and then there will be a line of storms late tonight that'll produce wind and hail, and perhaps an isolated tornado, but it won't be as substantial of a risk. I mean, even this is not quote-unquote substantial in my opinion, but it is enough for us to be alive, and you know, we have 2 storms that definitely look concerning. This is being one of them.
The flow of traffic right now? Crazy, so.
All right, so that's again, we're on the, this is the south side of Millington, Tennessee. So he's currently near where we would have a lowering, and assuming that might be it back there in the middle. We're going to go back to Millington. This is what it looks like right in Millington. Which, again, I'm not seeing anything definitive. If we had a lowering, it might even be rain-wrapped at this point. Going right into the town of Millington, Tennessee. We're going to go back to the 3-cam view. We'll keep shoal bottom right. Yeah. As he approaches this storm. Again, this is currently tracking to the east. Main concern at this exact time is damaging winds. We've seen a lot of divergence when it comes to our velocity signature. We don't have as much spin in the atmosphere. Again, if we go back about 20 minutes ago or so, you'll be able to see that the velocities were much more intense. Like, this is obviously very close to even being a tornado near Turl, Arkansas. Again, this was back at 5:10, so about 23 minutes ago. And now the velocities have really weakened, but we definitely could see this recycle as it continues to move east. But the storm that's over near, going towards Florence, once again, has my attention, because this one is very discreet. The wind shear is definitely favorable for wind and perhaps even a tornado. And the storm itself even has a hook gecko right over Bay Springs. Big hail core as well, moving into Tishomingo in northeastern Mississippi. And it's about to cross into Alabama over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if you are in this particular area, definitely stay weather aware back over near Florence. Muscle Shoals, I think is how you pronounce it. Russellville and Cherokee. Again, currently moving to the east-northeast. We have some severe weather ramping up as well near Jackson, Mississippi right now. The main concern down here is damaging winds and half-dollar-sized hail. The storm just south of Jackson is actually producing hail up to the size of hen eggs, which is, again, 2 inches in diameter. So a bit more of a significant supercell that's going to be heading into Jackson over the next few minutes. There are a couple live shots here, but nothing currently looking at the storm, it looks like. But if we had anything there, we'll obviously go to it. And then we also have a storm near Lake Providence that is beginning to ramp up. This one even has a small meso forming on it, little mesocyclone near Forest and moving towards Lake Providence, just to the west of Rolling Fork. So what that means is that we have a little bit of rotation here developing in the low levels. And so that'll be approaching Rolling Fork over the next 30 minutes. Current concern is 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So we'll be watching that closely. Let's go back over to Millington. That's what it looks like in Millington right now. Look how calm it is, by the way. This is a live view. This is not a picture. It is a live view, and it is eerily calm. There's nothing moving right now. The clouds are barely even moving. Very calm. And then this is back over in Memphis, where we do have a little bit of an outflow boundary moving in, which will probably bring at least some gusty winds into Memphis. But I wouldn't anticipate anything severe at this point. At least for now. This is, again, Shoal, who is, looks like frozen. I know he's back. So Shoal is right now in Millington. Again, we're not seeing a lowering as of right now. But he is driving through this tornado-warned cell, which is also capable of hail up to the size of quarters. Quarter-sized hail is also possible on this. Thank you, Marcia, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And also thank you, OTR, for the super chat. Jackson currently, I'm not sure what's going to happen there yet. You don't have a storm really online for you, but in about an hour or so, there will be storms in your vicinity. Memphis here, tornado siren's been going off for the last 30 minutes. You must be on the north side of Memphis because there aren't any warnings right now in Memphis itself. Alright, Shoal's still having a little bit of connectivity issues. We'll go back to this 3-cam view for right now. He's going to stay bottom right. I think there might be... I think Tornado Pagey might be near this too, so we might pull them up as well. Also, we just got a report of up to half-inch sized hail north of Tupelo near Boonville. So just a new report coming out there. But hail risk is definitely starting to ramp up. We got some big hailstorms right now ongoing. And I think really one of the biggest concerns today will be large hail. Oh, actually, let's go to Millington. Not sure, right? Let's go Millington. Right side of your screen, that might be a small little lowering, but it's kind of off the camera. Right over. This is, again, right in the center of Millington on the radar mega camera. But again, on radar, I'm not seeing anything that looks overly concerning when it comes to velocities. We've seen a lot of divergence over the last several minutes with our winds on radar. Yeah, right side of your screen, it might have been the small lowering there, that whatever might have been left from our stronger area of circulation on this storm. Which, again, over the long term is going towards Interstate 40 and will eventually go towards Whiteville, Henderson, Bolivar, and Bethel Springs. Those will be the long-term areas to watch for with this supercell. It could go a little bit further north or south, but it's mostly taking a track to the east and east-southeast, so it's not really going in the direction of Jackson right now, but that could definitely change. All right, here is the latest on the storm in Northeastern Mississippi. We still have a very organized supercell here near Belmont going towards Russellville and Florence, Alabama. We have a hook echo on this storm. It is not far, I would say, from producing a potential tornado risk. The velocities have become a little bit weaker over the last several minutes, right over the Bay Springs Lake. It'll be going towards Highway 247, but it is still something that is of concern, as it will continue to move east. We also got a few storms forming off behind this that are starting to organize a little bit. There's actually a train of little discrete cells that have formed. None of them severe at this time, but between Boonville and Grenada. One that is standing out to me a bit more is the one west of Tupelo that has a little bit of a hook on it. It's very early stages, so I don't think this is going to imminently produce a tornado, but it could be something that does in the long term. So we'll be keeping an eye on that storm as it continues to track east-northeast and northeast over the next several minutes. We're going to go back to the Tennessee storm, and we'll stay here for just a moment. I pull up the Tupelo camera. This is going to be, we're going to put this bottom left. This is back over in Tupelo, Mississippi. I'm actually going to go full cam to it. Tupelo is an area that is not under any warnings right now, but back off to the west, there are some storms forming, which for some reason it's not loading, but all right, there we go. This is what it looks like right now in Tupelo. And keep in mind, sunset, we're only about an hour or two away from sunset here across the deep south. So it's going to get pretty dark pretty quickly, but this is a look right now at some of the storms that are back off to the west. None of them very organized as of right now, ominous conditions for the time being, but we are expecting some storm activity all across really Mississippi tonight, including the Tupelo area. And here's a live shot also right now in Millington, Tennessee. This is right over where the core of this storm is. And the current risk is quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and still a tornado warning on this storm for Millington. The rotation itself, if we still have strong rotation, it would be right over the radar site, so it's not visible anymore on radar. It will be approaching Arlington and Galloway over the next several minutes. Getting a report from somebody in the chat that it is now hailing in Millington. So we may start to see hail in the next couple minutes on this camera. If not, though, there's probably going to be hail with this storm on the north side, if I had to guess. On the north side of Millington near Kerrville and Barrettville, going towards Rosemark. Wausau, Wisconsin in a winter storm warning. Yeah, this storm is pretty dynamic. It's a large storm. I didn't make a video this morning, but we talked about it yesterday. This is a big storm. It's not just producing severe weather. It's actually still producing snow. I mean, keep in mind that we are in mid to late March. Snow is not uncommon in the Midwest, but this is a relatively large storm system that is bringing multiple different threats. And if you look at the full radar view here, we got snow that's falling all the way back over in the upper Midwest, and then our severe weather down in the deep South and the Tennessee Valley. So there's a lot of different components to the storm system. Once again, this is not, in my opinion, anything like what we saw last week. The storm system in general is way further off to the north, and the jet stream is essentially lifted into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. So we have a big dip in the jet stream, but it's way up here to the north. And so we are starting to actually see some of those low-level winds and even a small jet streak that is in place in Tennessee and northern Mississippi, which is going to lead to a slightly more elevated but also conditional risk for tornadoes this evening in the Tennessee Valley and even in Mississippi. So our setup is vastly different from anything that we've seen so far this year, but it is not nearly as favorable for a tornado outbreak per se, but we could definitely still see a few tornadoes today. So, but it is a very interesting setup. It's, again, very different from anything that we've seen so far this year. Hey, Florida, appreciate that. It's getting dark in Huntsville, Alabama. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Look at this. All the way back over near Nashville. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail and damaging winds just to the southwest of Franklin. The storm kind of popped up. Wow, look at this. This is actually a live shot right now over in Centerville. This is in Centerville, just to the west of Franklin. So this storm, more of an elevated hail risk, but we definitely have a very interesting little base to this thing. A Scuddy, just southwest of Nashville. Hayden, by the way, I don't think Centerville is working. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. So this is a storm again, just to the southwest there of Nashville that is organizing. Change the bottom right camera here. There we go. Guys, the pronunciations isn't that big of a deal unless I like ask for it. Like Tupelo, I get it. I'm probably not going to pronounce it right. I'll figure it out after the stream though, because I apparently have mispronounced it every single time. This is definitely an interesting view. I mean, that storm right here just southwest of Franklin is definitely organizing. But it will likely stay a hail risk because it's moving more to the northeast, and it's also a storm that is more elevated, so it's not as much of a risk for tornadoes at this time. By the way, tornado warning has just been canceled, so back over north of Memphis, no longer have a tornado warning. We are back to just a normal severe thunderstorm warning for right now, but keep in mind that this storm is going to be capable of producing hail, wind, and perhaps even a tornado. They will issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this in a moment, if I had to guess. So we should have that here momentarily in western Tennessee. All right, we just got our new severe thunderstorm warning. So for Shelby, Crittenden, Tipton, and Fayette counties, they're not even putting a tornado possible label on this, mainly because of the rotation weakening so rapidly, but there is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that will be possible with this storm as it continues to track to the east. That warning polygon will pop up in a second. Back over near Florence and Belmont, this is honestly, again, the most concerning storm that we have actively on radar. This is back over near Belmont, Mississippi. It's about to cross into Alabama. And I do think that a tornado is becoming a much stronger possibility with this as it goes towards Florence. So again, this is going to be tracking towards Florence, Alabama. The velocities are picking up very quickly. Big hail core as well, just south of Cherokee. And so this is definitely a storm that could produce a threat for a tornado as it continues to move east-northeast. Muscle Shoals, Town Creek, Rogersville, and Lexington will eventually be in the track of the supercell that is rapidly organizing. And I think, again, we have a storm chaser not far from here, but I'm not sure if he's going to go for this. We have Ben Williams, but I think he's going to be going south, so he's not going for the supercell. But if you're back over in Florence, definitely a storm that does look a little bit more concerning right now. And there's also one west of Tupelo, west of Verona, that could also produce the threat here for a tornado. Tupelo. Is it Tupelo? Or Tupelo? Is it Tupelo? I can't even pronounce it. I'm trying to ask trying to get the pronunciation here. Tell me how to pronounce Tupelo or Tupelo in Mississippi.
Pronounced Tupelo. The emphasis
Tupelo.
is on the first syllable.
Tupelo. Tupelo.
You got it.
Oh, okay. Apparently I got it, according to ChatGPT. All right. I don't know if you guys heard that. Tupelo? Tupelo? Tupelo. Okay, I think we got... I'm never going to get it right. Tupelo. Tupelo. I still can't say it. I gotta, like, say it slow. Tupelo. 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 I got it. All right. I might get it for the future, or I might just mess it up again. That was cute. Thanks. Appreciate it. That's definitely the goal with these pronunciations. All right. Let me put cam 2 on. Look, by the way, this is what it looks like now in Millington. Millington, this is where we just had a tornado warning. It's bright and sunny now, so there's actually nothing happening here. But if we go over to Tupelo, Mississippi. This is what it looks like. So we got some storms again developing back off to the west. It is getting a little bit more ominous there. We're going to go to the 3-cam view with those 2 cameras. And let's go... Actually, I might go... Let's see what the Franklin storm looks like right now. Going back to the full cam shot of the Franklin storm. This is just southwest of Nashville right now. And there's actually a pretty decent base with this. It's a little bit more elevated of a storm, but if we actually see this organized with a wall cloud, definitely has a chance for a tornado. There isn't really much rotation on this. I think it'll stay elevated with more of a hail and wind risk for the Nashville area. But if you are back over in Nashville or Franklin, definitely stay weather aware. This storm may become tornadic at some point. I would say it's a low chance, but it's not impossible. It's also starting to get ominous over in Columbia, Tennessee. Again, another radar mega camera here. And here's that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So just back off to the north of Memphis. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds currently a possibility. That's what it looks like in Bartlett right now. Bartlett, Tennessee. Got some very puffy clouds here. Rain shaft off to the back right. Very puffy clouds out in front of the storm. But as of now, this is not looking very tornadic. The velocities have been very minuscule on this here for the last several minutes. But still something to watch for. Man, oh man, look at this supercell. This thing has been blowing up in size, too. This storm's been organizing very quickly. Just southwest of Florence. By the way, a little cool thing I want to show you guys. We have been working on this behind the scenes, but we now have a little map that shows a bunch of different cameras. All the blue and orange dots are different cameras that are kind of in these areas that we are able to use. There are more in Alabama, but I don't have them on here yet. I gotta actually go to the website and look, but kind of a little cool thing that is able to basically give us more ability to look at different stuff that is happening. And so we are kind of increasing our infrastructure that we have for our live streams. We're doing a lot of upgrades, by the way, over the next few months when it comes to these live streams. Also, this storm has been upgraded recently. It is now up to tennis ball sized hail. So we have tennis ball sized hail currently heading in the direction of Florence, Alabama. This is a major hailstorm. Could be destructive for those in Florence if the hail does remain at the intensity it's at. But I'm kind of surprised this is not tornado warned right now, because we have a hook echo on it. We have a strong inflow. Definitely a chance that this gets tornado warned as it goes towards Florence. Also, a little update. We do now have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. Believe it or not, this is in Texas. So Waco, Killeen, Kingsland, College Station, Brenham, San Marcos, and San Antonio, you are included in a new severe thunderstorm watch for hail up to the size of tennis balls and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is really not much of a tornado risk in Texas, but stay weather aware. Lots of lightning also possible with those storms. But once again, this storm honestly is not far from producing a tornado. It only needs a little bit of wind shear, and this thing's going to kick into gear. It is a dangerous-looking storm on radar. And again, even if it does not have a tornado, we are almost undoubtedly going to have very substantial hail heading in the direction of Florence. Currently warned for tennis ball-sized hail. But we do have there are some cameras back over south of Florence, so once those are a bit more into view, we'll go to those. Also, we do have a new storm that is now fired up that is also severe near Batesville and Cortland in central northern Mississippi with quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. And there's also another storm that's severe. We got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings popping up now. Another one near Arkansas City, so that's near the Mississippi River Valley. We were watching the storm also west of Rolling Fork. There was a little mesocyclone on this, which means that there's a little bit of rotation associated with this storm over Lake Providence approaching Rolling Fork, but the velocities on this have overall become a lot weaker over the last few minutes. It definitely could still organize. Keep in mind that any storms that form out in front of our cold frontal boundary, so these like discrete cells all in this region, are going to be capable of a more elevated risk for both hail, wind, and tornadoes. So there's really three risks that are more associated with this. I mean, any storms could produce any of those threats today, but our line of thunderstorms that'll form here in just a few hours, that'll be more driven towards wind with a lower risk for hail and tornadoes today. And so if we go over to the future radar for the next several hours, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here, you'll notice how we'll have a line of storms forming right around 8 to 9 o'clock, anywhere from Texas all the way back over into central Tennessee. This will be a really short-lived threat of damaging winds, hail, and isolated tornado risk. I think really the most substantial threat for severe weather is between now and 9 o'clock. So, but we'll probably at least be live until 9 or 10. This is over in Tupelo. There's actually, it looks like a lowering of some kind. Look at that. Actually, two. There's two lowerings, I think. One on the left and one on the right in Tupelo. The question is this facing... I think it's facing towards the Pontiac storm. We got two wall clouds on your screen. We got one on the left and one on the right. Which is very interesting. I believe this is looking west. Guys, give me 1 second. How do I pronounce Tupelo in Mississippi?
It's pronounced Tupelo.
Tupelo. All right. I wish I could draw on this, but we literally have two different like little lowerings, one on the left and there's one on the right, which is off the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and try to pull this up though on here. Go full cam to this. Max, this is cracking me up. Guys, we literally got AI involved trying to give me the right pronunciation. I'm not one to use AI on live streams. Hey, Hayden, do we have Florence cameras on here? Apparently there's Florence cameras on Hascams that I have on here. I'm gonna try to get them to you if I can. Alright, I'm sending you two of them. You can just add them to the map and I'll pull them up. Once again, left side of your screen, there is a little bit of a wall cloud that's trying to form there, west of Tupelo. I'm never gonna get it, but yeah. I think that's one of the cameras. I think there's one more, but I don't know where it is. I found it. Okay, I sent both of them to you. Just you can add them, and I gotta refresh this anyways. Also, going to Ryan Scholl. I'm not sure what he's looking at, but he might have a lowering.
We got a view on that.
So Shoal currently is near Millington in Tennessee.
I'm trying to point my camera to it, but I can't.
A little bit of a scuddy lowering back there.
Is there mosquitoes? I swear to God.
He's in
there's, like,
Arlington,
actual
correction.
mosquitoes.
He's in Arlington, so he's back over near Lakeland. Not really much rotation on radar, but
I might receive a little nudge back there. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're watching this lowering here
anything for Illinois, very isolated risk for hail or wind.
to the west of Arlington, Tennessee. This is my first time chasing in Tennessee, by the way. Pretty cool fact. Literally my first time chasing here. Pretty interesting.
You have time to tell me what discrete is? So what discrete means is that we have some sort of storm that's on radar. This is really a good example. This right here, it's essentially a storm that is separated from everything else. It's basically its own individual storm. So it's basically like saying you have, you know, I don't know, like you have a cake, let's say. And instead of having it all next to each other in 12 different slices, which would be more of like a linear line of storm, instead you have one slice of cake. So it's discrete. So there you go. That's my analogy for today. I think that's like the best way to describe it. We do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tupelo in Mississippi, going towards Verona. This is currently for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But again, we do have a small lowering, bottom middle of your screen. You can see very far left of that camera that there is a small lowering, a little bit of a wall cloud that was trying to form there just a few minutes ago. It might still try to produce here. It is in a favorable environment, plenty of wind shear to work with, and definitely could produce a tornado as it moves towards Verona and Tupelo in eastern Mississippi. Let me go back to Shoal. Looks like Shoal actually has something organizing here. Kind of looks like a wall cloud is coming together right now. This is over in Tennessee, near Arlington.
Definitely some motion there. It's not a lot of motion, but it is there.
Yeah, so Shoal's saying there's a little bit of motion. There's a little lowering here.
We're gonna get moving. We gotta get moving. We're about to get rained on.
Thank you, by the way, Emily. I don't know why it's like that. Didn't notice that, but thank you.
Let's go.
Appreciate you letting me know.
Let me plug you guys in real quick so you guys
I know that was on.
Okay, chill, we get it.
Good to see you too, Hudson. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Badco, for the super chat. Boliviar. I love the Boliviar pronunciation. Thank you, Jason and Emily, for becoming members. All right, so once again, there is a little bit of a lowering here on the storm that Shoal is on. We'll keep him bottom right. I honestly want to go back full cam, though, to this Tupelo storm. There is a lowering left side of your screen. There is a legitimate wall cloud that is forming there. Just off to the west, again, of Tupelo. So that is a wall cloud that is currently forming. There is no tornado possible label on this storm, but I feel like one could be issued for this. And now they're zooming in on it, so there's definitely a lowering here. And did you have the cameras? If so, can you make it like a different color code in the traffic cams? I don't know if they automatically update or not. Yeah, we definitely have a wall cloud here on the west side of Tupelo. Tupelo. Oh my goodness. Dude, ChatGPT isn't even helping. How do you pronounce Tupelo in Mississippi?
It's pronounced Tupelo.
Why does it sound so weird?
No, you're doing great. It can feel a bit odd at first.
Okay, let's chill out. All right. Tupelo. Does Tupelo work? Is it Tupelo? I'm literally gonna like write a note card with the pronunciation from here on out, because like I swear we've covered this place 4 different live streams in a row. No? Okay, Tupelo. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a wall cloud forming here in Tupelo. On the west side of Tupelo. Tupelo. Everybody's giving me a pronunciation that's different. Tupelo. I'm just gonna say Tupelo. I think that's it. It's entertaining, maybe for you. It's actually kind of frustrating. I don't know why I can't pronounce it. This is like the one city that I've always had an issue pronouncing. But once again, a wall cloud forming here on the Tupelo storm. Give me 1 second. Make sure my cat wasn't doing anything. So as this little wall cloud is forming, we do have a little mezzo that's forming on radar. So we are starting to see the velocities coming together over Pontotoc. Again, it will be approaching Tupelo over the next several minutes. We have a lot of other severe storms that are now popping up as well. We actually have a brand new one now for the south side of Nashville. So in Tennessee, near Franklin, Smyrna, and just south of Nashville, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's also quarter-sized hail that is possible with this storm. So we are beginning to see an uptick right now in activity with our severe storms. We now are up to 12 different severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is more capable of hail and wind. Low tornado risk with this as it continues to move northeast. It should be mainly wind, hail, and lightning. And then back over near Florence, again, big supercell that's been moving into northwestern Alabama over the last several minutes with a big hail risk right now approaching Muscle Shores, Russellville, and just south of Florence. Tennis ball-sized hail is still a possibility as that continues to move northeast, and we are also now getting some storms firing off in central northern Mississippi near Interstate 55. Mostly hail and wind on those. I honestly want to go back to this. We really have a rapidly organizing wall cloud west of Tupelo. Mississippi. Rapidly organizing wall cloud. Velocities haven't quite come together yet, but this is definitely a storm that is rapidly organizing. And in northeastern Mississippi. Where are these cameras? I do not see them on my end. What side of town are they on, Hayden? Because I don't see them. Shout out to Robin with the $10 Venmo. Tupelo. That's what I'm saying. Tupelo. Wall cloud's still trying to organize. The again, velocities on radar currently are not overly impressive, but I do think this storm is organizing. We are at least starting to see, again, a wall cloud visually forming. Again, the low-level winds are one of the biggest problems with today's setup, but if this storm is able to overcome that and we start to see some strong winds, definitely could produce a tornado threat. And another thing to keep in mind with these sorts of supercells, like the one we have right now near Pontotoc, any storm mergers that happen, any favorable storm interactions, could also increase the amount of low-level wind shear that we have with these supercells. So this is kind of one of those that we need to watch for, which is again going towards Tupelo in northeastern Mississippi. We are getting a bunch of new severe thunderstorm warnings. We even have one now in Kentucky east of Paducah, and this is quite the storm. Back over east of Paducah near Calvert City and going towards Eddyville. Look how fast these storms have blown up. This is just over the last 15 minutes or so. Storms are blowing up very quickly right now across western Kentucky. Main concern with any of these will be hail and wind. There is a tornado watch in place, meaning that there is at least a low-end threat for an isolated tornado or even two this afternoon and evening. The storms that have been ongoing back over in western Tennessee, these are honestly struggling right now, but I do think there's some time for them to organize again, going towards Whiteville and eventually going towards Bolivar in southwestern Mississippi. The storm in Copia in Hinds County in western Mississippi, I believe, or no, this is back over near Jackson, has just been upgraded. It is now up to golf ball sized hail just south of Jackson. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds also possible. Our tornado risk further down to the south in Mississippi is lower, but it's not zero. Keep in mind that our tornado risk for today is the most elevated across western Tennessee, most of northern and central Mississippi, and also back over into northeastern Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas, where we could see a few tornadoes, but an isolated tornado risk is still in place, even from East Texas all the way back over into Alabama. And also, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. This is one of the first that we've had in a while near Harper for some quarter-sized hail. Not really much of a wind risk with that storm. And once again, we have a wall cloud forming here near Tupelo in northeastern Mississippi. That is a very organized wall cloud. The biggest thing right now is that we need the wind shear to kick up if this thing's going to try to produce. Which for right now, velocities are still on the weaker side of things, but this is definitely organized. Nice organized base to it. Again, no tornado possible even on this storm right now, but I don't think this is going to produce in the next like 2 or 3 minutes. Now, granted, if we had something like this last weekend, we would have probably a wedge already on the ground right now because the wind shear was just that much stronger, but there's a little bit of lightning now starting to flash. Shout out to Drake with a $20 super chat. Tupelo. Appreciate the super chat. We're never going to get the pronunciation. Thank you, Joha, for the super chat. Rain in Ohio, power out in my village. A car hit a pole south of my area from what I've been hearing on the radio. Person is trapped by lines in car, but is currently okay. That is scary, but hopefully everybody's okay. By the way, I think some of you may have actually seen this on screen briefly, but we are going to try out today, probably later in the stream, probably in a couple hours or so, or maybe even an hour. We're going to try out a little new feature, which is going to have basically somebody relaying reports to me that I might not have already seen or said. So that'll be kind of cool. We're going to see how it goes here in about an hour, or if there's anything concerning, they might point it out. We're going to try that out an hour and see what happens. We're going to try that later in the stream. Thank you, Kelly, for the Venmo donation saying happy 12th birthday to Aikman. Happy birthday, Aikman. Wow, this wall cloud has really gotten large. It's a large wall cloud that has formed here on the west side of Tupelo in northeastern Mississippi. Once again, this storm is not currently warned for anything aside from quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, but it definitely has a large lowering, and you can actually see it right now spinning. Look at the right side, that little spin. Oh, that was some cloud-to-ground lightning there too. You can see that spin right there. This storm is definitely spinning. I do want to go full screen to this if I can. I'm going to try to go full screen to this because I want to outline this more to you guys. You can see it literally spinning there. I'm gonna go full screen just so you guys, so I can outline this really quickly. But you can see it right here. It's like it's kind of spinning a little bit. I got a little bit of spin, kind of in this general area, and a lot of lightning too. A lot of cloud to ground lightning on the North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera. And now it's become a lot more scuddy. It looked really organized about not even 60 seconds ago. It's come very ragged and not as organized. There's plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm. Storms are going to be highly electrified today, I think, in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Louisiana. All right, we're going to do a quick update as that storm continues to try to cycle. We're going to go north to south, beginning with Kentucky. Again, a line of thunderstorms is quickly forming right now from eastern and southeastern Missouri, mainly near Sikeston, all the way back up near Henderson and Evansville in northwestern Kentucky and southern Indiana. Main concern with these storms currently is damaging winds and isolated quarter-sized hail. We have one severe thunderstorm warning on this line right now east of Paducah. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Again, low tornado risk with that activity as well. Back over near Nashville, we do have a significant storm right now moving into Franklin. Main concern with this is hail and wind. Tornado risk is very low as of right now. It will be approaching the south side of Nashville, so make sure you are bringing your vehicle into a garage if possible. If you cannot bring your car into a garage, you may want to consider bringing your car, at least trying to protect it. If you have like some sort of blankets or something that, you don't really care about, might not be a bad idea to put those over your windshield, just in case there is actually some hail going into Nashville. And then Smyrna is also in the track of that storm. We had several storms forming near Lawrenceburg and Waynesboro. None of these currently organized, but we actually have a little mezzo on this storm near Summertown. So a little bit of rotation on that. Could become something that's tornadic, but it's a low chance, not really in the right spot right now for there to be any sort of tornadic activity, but maybe something to watch for. Also near Mayfield, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning in western Kentucky for large hail and damaging winds. The storms in and around Memphis, they have died out so fast. I mean, there's just not much happening here at all. It's mostly just some isolated lightning, a little bit of wind, a little bit of small hail, and that's really about it. We got a lot of severe storms right now ramping up across Mississippi. Got plenty of discrete cells that have fired off. Main concern with all of these is quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We are watching the storm near Tupelo for maybe an isolated tornado risk. Back over in Jackson, Mississippi, just south of Jackson, we actually have a storm merger happening currently north of Georgetown. So once this energy kicks into this storm here south of Florence, this one could actually become tornadic, and that'll be going towards Interstate 20 in Morton, Mississippi over the next hour. So that is a storm we need to keep a very close eye on. And we are also seeing some severe storms ramping up right along the Mississippi River Valley, back over near Greenville and near McGee, and these are currently producing the risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to the size of ping pong balls. Let's go back over to Tupelo, which, again, this is a live shot. Look at the rain shaft on the right. That is a incredible rain shaft. Very heavy rainfall for sure with this storm, and might even be a hail shaft back in there. The storm is currently warned for quarter-sized hail, but there's a lot of black and kind of almost some white reflectivity colors popping up right now going towards Tupelo, which means that we could be talking about a more significant risk for hail. Might even be as large as the size of golf balls. Maybe even hen eggs moving into Tupelo. Just a very impressive shot of this storm. Northwest Alabama is concerning. This storm has been concerning. They actually just issued a tornado possible label on it near Florence. I did kind of oversight the Florence storm, but the Florence storm right now near Russellville has a huge hail core. And this is definitely going to be capable of producing a tornado. This is what it looks like currently. Go live shot here. This is the Hazcam back over in Florence right now. You can see the storm overshooting right now at the top of your screen. Very ominous skies to the left. Very classic looking springtime thunderstorm from a distance. Don't really have a structure here as of right now, but should get a bit more of a structure shot at some point here soon. That's the... Well, did you add both cameras? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, here's the other camera. So this is the Tennessee Valley weather camera. Also in Florence. So again, very ominous skies. Big hailstorm currently producing tennis ball sized hail potential here. Also, Corey Gherkin has had a wall cloud. I don't know if he still does. Let's go to Corey. And I don't know what button Corey is. That's the problem. I don't think I have Corey full screen. I think I only have him on here. Okay, I gotta fix that. Give me 1 second. Let's go to this. And let me try to get Corey up on here, but apparently Corey had a wall cloud. I don't think he does anymore, but if he does, he might. Okay. Let's go here. That's... So Corey Gherkin's back over near Benoit, I think, Mississippi. He was a bit further back off to the west. But before we do that, this is a look at the full shot right now of the storm near Tupelo. Put Ben Williams up. Does he have something?
What? Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Well, this is Corey Gherkin.
We got our east route's just south.
Let me go Ben.
Yeah, there might be a big line.
Yeah, so Ben Williams, this is on the Tupelo storm in northeastern Mississippi. So, again, pretty much what we've been seeing, large wall cloud there in the distance that has been very ragged. It was organized at one point, but has become disorganized again.
This like little area of scud right here is not connected to the base. So you need that, those kind of clouds on the bottom, you need that to connect with the base of the storm. And then the storm can start bringing up surface-based instability and inflow.
Happy birthday, David. Happy 75th birthday.
It looked like maybe 15 minutes ago when I was
Appreciate you tuning in from
to
Franklin.
it was, but it must be reorganizing here.
Tupelo.
See our radar to our
Goodness,
north.
guys. This could be going on all stream.
Look at that hail core.
All right, let's go to Corey Gherkin. He had a pretty good view of that storm. This is what it looks like right now in Benoit, Mississippi. He did report a wall cloud just moments ago. This is a very nasty-looking storm. This is all the way back over north of Greenville, Mississippi, for reference. So we're near the Mississippi River right now on this storm.
Yeah, but if it turns any bit to the southeast, we're gonna be way out of place.
Is there ways to get northeast?
No.
I mean, if we go that east option?
I mean, yeah. See, our roads, we don't have much work, but this is the one I was wanting to take right here, southernmost.
This is definitely organized.
Because it's been trending more east, see how it's turned?
A little spin there. You can kind of see it in the middle of your screen. A little bit of spin. We're up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. On right of your screen, all the different warnings, stretching from Arkansas and Texas back into Kentucky.
We gotta hurry fast.
It is 1.3 miles. Good dust.
I don't know, this thing's ramping up.
We'll put them bottom right of your screen. Do want to go back to radar. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning really ramping up still back over south of Florence. Main concern with this storm in Alabama is 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And I don't know why my radar just went really laggy. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to refresh this. Let's go back to them and 1 second here. Overnight risk in northeast Houston tonight. It should be mostly wind.
450?
All right, let's go here. What one's Corey? All right. A little bit of a radar update. Again, we got a bunch of different severe thunderstorm warnings currently going on right around across western Kentucky. We got severe weather. Currently, mainly the main risk right now is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds anywhere from Mayfield, Kentucky, back into Providence. This is, again, our line of thunderstorms. So this will have a lower-end tornado risk, but it's definitely not zero as this continues to move east and as well as southeast. Back over towards Nashville, we do have a severe storm just to your south that is producing some quarter-sized hail. It actually might be larger than that. We actually have a significant hail core right now near Nolensville, moving towards La Verge. So that storm is actually ramping up pretty quickly. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you are doing your part, staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Hail could definitely be wind driven in this environment. The damaging wind threat is around 60 miles per hour, so hail could actually go into your windows if it is large enough, and I do think that this could be larger than the size of quarters right now, moving into Nolensville and just the south and east side of Nashville. This is a view on the UT camera, but it doesn't look like we have a view of anything right now. But there is a camera there. If that has something, we'll go to it. Back over in northeastern Alabama, lots of hail and wind, 2 different storms that are the concern, one north of Florence and then one south of Florence. The one south of Florence is honestly pretty impressive. Again, that one's producing up to tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We've been watching a storm over Tupelo over the last several minutes that has been producing some large hail and damaging winds, but the rotation has become a lot weaker. But I really want to go back to Corey. Corey has a huge lowering. Corey has a huge lowering west of Cleveland and Broyle in western Mississippi.
Yep, and if it does that, it'll come right for us.
That is a large lowering. Could definitely produce a tornado in the next few minutes. It's a discrete supercell. Sorry, I was going to go through a full radar breakdown, but this is pretty crazy.
We'll turn south up here, but not for long. It's just like a south jog, and then it's back to the east. Which, if this thing turns southeast, that's still perfect.
I think it's trying to tighten up. That's all it's got to do is just make that southeast turn.
Yeah. And it has been doing that on radar. It's
Wow.
definitely done that.
This right here was moments ago on the Tupelo camera. On the Hazcam, a lightning struck, it looks like a tree. That is an unbelievable shot right there. I don't know. This is a camera. This is not even like a photograph. A camera was able to pick this up. That is incredible quality. I don't know how in the world a camera could pick that up like that. That is wild. Might be one of the craziest lightning shots I've seen this year. Probably is, actually.
Mark is 29 knots. Well, the other one is too, but it looks like it's moving faster. Definitely is. We got a cell behind this that'll be coming up through Lake Village, Arkansas. That and another one.
I put that in a picture frame, honestly. That was an incredible lightning photo. But this looks like a spaceship right now. To put it in simplistic terms, it's like a spaceship out here in western Mississippi. And once again, this is going to be right over north of Greenville. By the way, by our next live stream, we will have location trackers for all of our storm chasers, so it'll be way easier to know where they are without me having to like say it every time. Also, we do have an update in a second. Give me one moment.
Come on, baby, get meaty.
Okay,
What?
new update. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. This is for southeastern Arkansas, eastern Texas, and Louisiana, where damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, scattered tennis ball-sized hail, and a couple of tornadoes are going to be possible. This goes until 1 a.m., so keep in mind that we are talking about severe weather for upwards of the next 6 to 8 hours. It is going to be a long risk for severe weather. And we are now up to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. We might not have any tornado warnings, but we got a boatload of severe thunderstorm warnings right now, lining up across many different states. We have a couple over there west of Austin. We have a lot of storms actually beginning to fire up here. These are very scattered, or really isolated, I should say, supercells that are forming out here in Texas. Main concern will be hail and wind. The tornado risk in Texas is very low, but we should see an explosion of storms here very soon across Texas. One of the bigger concerns that we have right now are the supercells that are forming near the Mississippi River Valley, specifically this storm that's west of Broyle and east of Arkansas City. The one that Corey's on is this one right here that is producing pretty much just hail and wind for now, but definitely has a lowering. Even looks like a little inflow tail there as well. So this is a live shot of that storm right now.
So we've got...
It's basically a spaceship out here in western Mississippi.
That's going to put you, if it continues east, that'll put you right in the path. Okay.
Is there another option east up here?
If you jog south, this is the way I'm routed.
All right.
If that way, if it turned right, then we're en route to it, or in the way.
Do you want to go back to Tupelo This is what it looks like right now in Tupelo in Mississippi near Verona. Bottom right of your screen is that storm. This one, again, had a large wall cloud moments ago, but you can see all the rain that is currently coming in. Huge rain shaft. And likely hail buried in there. I think the town of Tupelo is definitely dealing with a pretty significant hail threat over the south and west side of town. The correlation coefficient is showing big hail near Haven Acres, Lee Acres, and Confederate Park on the southwest side of Tupelo. And now you can see the camera is getting buried by rain and some hail, more than likely buried in that rain. And again, that camera that we're looking at, this is where the lightning shot came from. That was, again, just unbelievable on the Has cam. But hail core right now is moving right through the south side of town and will be approaching Priceville and Lakewood Park and Moorville. Again, there's a lot of lightning out there, but if you have your car for some reason out and about, I would definitely recommend that you bring it into a garage. If safe to do so. Again, you should be doing it if there's not really much of any of lightning. Back over near Littleville, we do have a little bit of a little area of rotation near Russellville and Littleville, just south of Florence, Alabama. This one I think will stay mainly a hail risk, very low tornado risk as that eventually moves towards Decatur in Alabama. And we also have a storm near Lexington that's also producing some hail. Just to the south and east of Nashville, we still have a significant hailstorm that's moving into Lavergne and Smyrna right now. So big time storm here that is moving into Lavergne and Smyrna. And I'm going to check and see if we've gotten any reports on this particular storm. But if I had to guess, we have some big hail here. I'm going to get you guys that update here in a second. Let's go back to Corey while I try to find a report.
Going due north.
No, we haven't had any hail reports quite yet, but if I... Oh, actually, no, we do. Reports of hail up to the size of quarters right now in Franklin, as of about 5 minutes ago. So Franklin, Tennessee, quarter-sized hail has been reported.
Looking where it's at, I think we will be good to go up to that other east option. Unless it...
Again, this is Corey Gherkin, I think with Brandon Montgomery as well. We're up to 23 severe thunderstorm warnings now.
We go up there, it'll turn.
This is one of the more significant ones.
I know, it's really getting that characteristic.
Which might become a tornadic supercell very soon. This is currently located west of Cleveland and Boyle, north of Greenville in Mississippi.
That's dust or precip up there.
Yeah, it's precip, it's white.
Got a big storm also right now heading into Greenwood. This is Greenwood in Mississippi. Big hailstorm, 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to move into town just to the west of Winona. We got plenty of storms also in and around Jackson, Mississippi. None of these tornadic, but we definitely have plenty of hail and wind across this entire Interstate 55 corridor from Canton back towards Hazelhurst. The storm, again, may become tornadic at some point, but it's not really... It hasn't had a favorable storm interaction yet. It has a little merger happening right now near 469. And so after that storm merger is complete, we may see that tornado risk go a little bit more bananas, but for right now, it's not really too much of a concern. We also have now a severe thunderstorm near Bernice and Farmerville in northern Louisiana. This can be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Excuse me, half-dollar-sized hail. All right, let's go back over to Corey.
It's like the inflow is trying to pick up again.
I mean, we got a big lowering right there.
Look how low that is, guys.
Once again, the low-level wind shear today is very low, but it's a high cape environment.
Southeast turn.
And there's a lot of veering winds, which means that we have a lot of spin in the atmosphere despite the winds being weak.
Channel 6.
But it's going to take a lot for us to see a tornado today, but this is definitely the type of storm that could produce one.
The storm's going to be heading towards Shaw, Mississippi. It is severe warned. Just saw CG way over there. Got quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings scattered all over the place at this point. Just a mess of severe storms.
Just a mess. I see all of a sudden a lot of motion on the front.
You are seeing one?
Yeah, the front edge of it. They're starting to get that rolling motion going.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see it there.
So it's trying to pick up again.
Do you think the $50 hail rating still makes sense? Not many people under the age of 40 have even seen one in person.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I can't tell if that's
I gotta find it.
a bit of rain.
Yeah, it's trying to tighten up again. Come on, baby, drop her.
So, fun fact, I got fan mail a while back, all right? Like a while ago. This was probably, I don't know, almost a year ago now. A person named Earl sent me fan mail, and they actually sent me a $50. So this right here is a $50. I've never actually seen one in person. Like this is the first one I've ever seen. So it's actually kind of cool. $50 size tail. I mean, it's just barely larger than it's just barely larger than a quarter. I mean, $50 size tail, like it might be kind of dated, but what else are you going to replace it with? I don't know what else is a half, like it's 1.25 inches in diameter. Let me go back to Corey here. Again, Corey's right now west of Cleveland in Mississippi with a large lowering. What is the same diameter as a $50? Okay, didn't want to answer. Never mind. Let me go back to Corey.
Yep.
Apparently an Oreo. Apparently, if you guys want to do Oreo cookie sized tail, that's about golf ball sized tail. This is live in Tupelo right now in Mississippi. Wind has been picking up over the last few minutes. The rain is actually blowing into the camera. I want to bring your attention to this storm. This one has not been really too significant when it comes to the tornado risk by any means. We did have a large wall cloud at one point, but it is producing some hail. So we saw the hail core right now over the east side of Tupelo, moving towards Fulton. We still have a small mezzo near Russellville, Alabama, so we're keeping an eye on that. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon and Watertown, just east of Nashville. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail and as well as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We are now up to 25 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is as many, I think, as that we had in the Friday tornado outbreak. So back on March 14th, about 9 days ago, we had about this many severe thunderstorm warnings at the peak of that event. So definitely interesting. Not saying that this is, you know, a repeat because we don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have a lot of severe weather, plenty of hail, wind, and tornado potential as well. This is in Tupelo. We're going to go back to Corey. That's Ben Williams.
Like State Park with a bunch of like.
Low, but it's there.
All right, here's Corey. Corey again is in western Mississippi, near the Mississippi River Valley, just north of Greenville. There's been a large lowering on this storm. Oh, my bad, guys.
Start making the southeast turn, darling.
I'm in the double echo.
For a noodles with this merger over here.
Aiden, I don't know. Let me look.
Remember, we know
I don't know where that is, Aiden, but I don't see it, so probably not.
I don't know how far west.
Channel 6.
I need to get gas here soon.
All right, we're going to go back to the full cam radar. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning back over near Greenville. So Greenville, Metcalf are in the track of that. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. I mean, guys, we got a slew of warnings. We're up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not the most, or now 28. I've been live for up to 40 before, but this is obviously quite a bit. You know, there are plenty of storms right now that are severe anywhere from Kentucky all the way back into Texas. And honestly, we are still far, I would say, from the peak of the threat. I think really around 7 to 8 is when we're going to peak with severe weather. But back over in Texas, we mainly have a hail risk, one of which is near Fredericksburg. Golf ball-sized hail possible. Again, tornado risk in Texas is very low to 0. We also have a severe storm near Corsicana moving towards Athens that is also producing some large hail and isolated damaging winds. And then back over in Louisiana, just one warning for now, aside from the one near Lake Providence. The storm west of Rolling Fork near Lake Providence is mainly a hail risk, with maybe a little bit of quarter-sized hail to maybe a little bit of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. A bit of a slew here of different severe thunderstorm warnings near McGee, Greenville, and Indianola between southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi. And again, this one right here is the one that Corey Gherkin's been on near Boyle and Cleveland. And so once they get back out in front of that, we'll go to them. But they've had a large lowering on that storm for quite a while. We got a huge hailstorm also heading right towards Greenwood. Big hail core right now near Ida Bena. And it'll be approaching Greenwood in Mississippi over the next several minutes. Also going towards Sidon. And then between Jackson and Canton, we have a slew of different storms here. Only a few of them are actually severe. Main concern right now is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and frequent lightning. These are all mostly moving to the northeast right now. And the Tupelo storm has gotten some reports over the last few minutes. We do have a report of quarter-sized hail that happened on the southwest side of town near Thomas Street and Cliff Gookin Boulevard. So there has been confirmed hail in Tupelo here in northeastern Mississippi. And then back over west of Okolona, that storm is also producing some large hail. And once again, this storm did have a wall cloud at one point. If you guys were here about 20-30 minutes ago, you would have seen it. There's been a large wall cloud on this. There was at one point. It went away in the last 20 minutes, but we might have a new one forming if the storm's able to organize. It will be tracking right along Interstate 22 and eventually towards Hamilton and Alabama. So that'll be the next place in line for that storm. And we still have a significant hailstorm just south of Florence, Alabama. 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And then Nashville, Tennessee. This storm is moving quickly towards Lebanon. Which again, the main concern here is wind and a little bit of hail. Very low tornado risk with that storm as it continues to move east. There are a couple cameras over here. I'm going to try to get one up on here. Let's go back to Corey, because Corey has still a view of a little bit of a lowering there in western Mississippi near Cleveland.
Up there. Yeah. Man, it seems like it's getting more moisture coming in now. Does it feel like there's more moisture in you?
Yeah, some. It's cooler though. It makes sense.
Well, that'd be good for the spread.
Yeah.
Left side of your screen, again, that's the lowering. We've had a wall cloud on this at times. Doesn't look as organized as before. It honestly has had a very similar process to the storm that hit Tupelo.
What the heck are the jet?
What?
Random jet?
Plane intercept out here.
Can't see behind us.
Right, that's a big one.
Looks like southwest, but I can't really tell.
That is nuts.
If anybody's a nerd with planes
Like,
and
well,
wants
I'm
to try to
just gonna
investigate
fly
what
over.
plane that was, let me know in the chat.
The wall cloud's back over there.
That's over near, again, near Boyle and Cleveland in western Mississippi, if anybody wants to look into that.
Man, I am so confused why there's a big jet. There must be an airport.
We are now up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, you do not see that very often. We didn't even have that with the tornado outbreak on Friday or Saturday. Now, granted, again, we had a lot more tornado warnings than anything, but gives you an idea of how rare this is. I mean, we don't really see this many warnings that often. Thank you, Taylor, for becoming a member. Don't forget, if you have any friends or family in the track of today's severe storms, feel free to share the stream with them. We'll be live for the next several hours with in-depth severe weather coverage with plenty of storm chasers, live cameras across the deep south and the Tennessee Valley. Today's tornado risk once again, is slightly more elevated than what it was earlier today. This is our tornado risk for today. So we do have a 5% tornado risk in place from western Tennessee back into northern and central Mississippi, and also a sliver of northeastern Louisiana. But we could still see an isolated tornado or two anywhere from Kentucky back into East Texas, where, again, it's not a very favorable environment today, but there is enough wind shear for there to be a potential tornado. Just going to come down to how strong the low-level winds are, which so far they've been very weak. But we do have a small jet streak that is coming into play now in northern Mississippi. So that might briefly elevate the tornado risk between now and 9 o'clock across northern and central Mississippi. But again, tornado is definitely possible even in East Texas and back over towards western and central Alabama between now and about 1 a.m. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, today's risk is a slight risk for severe weather across the Tennessee Valley and back into the southern plains. Main concern, again, being damaging winds and perhaps even a low tornado risk. By the way, a little information about that plane intercept that we just had. It's a Mitsubishi CRJ-200LR from Contour Airlines. It's going from Dallas to Greenville right now. I had no clue that Greenville was even had an airport to begin with, and I was kind of surprised that it's coming from Dallas. But that's interesting. Good to know. Greenville, South Carolina. It's going to Greenville, South Carolina? Plane already landed? Yeah, it has to be going to Mississippi. There's no way it's going to South Carolina. That plane was very low. All right, we're now up to 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. Another one there north of Grenada. Big hailstorm approaching Coffeyville, ping pong ball-sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern with this storm as it continues to track to the east. The Tupelo storm has been pretty strong here the last several minutes. Just had a big hail core go over Tupelo. Quarter-sized hail moved through the area, and now it's approaching Fulton and Tremont in northeastern Mississippi. We even have a couple more storms near Okolona that have small little hooks to them. This one right here west of Okolona has a small little hook, but it's going to be a matter of if we get enough wind shear with these storms as they track east. We have been stronger upper-level winds in place further north, so our environment is slightly more favorable further off to the north. But so far, most of the storms in Kentucky have been very disorganized. It's mostly a line. Madisonville to Mayfield and north of Union City, Tennessee, we have a line of thunderstorms that's going south right along the cold frontal boundary, mainly with a risk for quarter-sized hail and also damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This is a live shot in Uniontown, Tennessee on the Radar Omega camera. Right side of your screen is that line of thunderstorms rolling in. And too early to really see the entire structure, but we'll definitely keep a close eye on that near Uniontown. This is also in Martin. So, ominous skies on the horizon. Pretty much looks like a typical spring day out here. Got thunderstorms rolling in. Main concern, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. The storms back over in western Tennessee, though, those have been terrible. I mean, these have literally just fallen apart so fast after having a tornado warning and a near tornado back over near the Mississippi River Valley. These storms have just been falling apart. I mean, the one near Whiteville still has a small little hook on it, but it's still very disorganized. It'll be approaching Bolivar, Tennessee over the next few minutes. And this is, again, that live shot in Bolivar. But non-severe as of now. And east of Nashville, we still have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Lebanon, Watertown, and eventually going to Carthage. And long-term, it'll be going towards Gainesboro, Tennessee. No other severe storms right now, though, either in Kentucky or in Tennessee. All of our severe weather, for the most part, is across the deep south and also into Texas. They have gone ahead and canceled the severe thunderstorm warning that was north of Florence. Back over east of Tupelo. Still a big hailstorm there. We got another one near Water Valley, Grenada, Greenwood. And we got plenty back over near Jackson as well. One just south of Jackson, still trying to organize right now. It's kind of like a little training storm right now. Lots of lightning on that cell. I wish we had a camera right there, because there is just so much lightning popping up right now in the radar detection near Terry and Alonzo, just south of Jackson, Mississippi. West of Yazoo City near Rolling Fork, we also got a storm rolling in here. I think there is actually a camera in Rolling Fork. For some reason, it's not in the program. Let me try to pull that up here. Not sure if it's actually up, though. That's the problem. There is a camera on Rolling Fork. If we get that going, then we'll show you guys. But plenty of storms right now currently forming in southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi. Mostly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. So lots of severe weather. But I'm going to try to see if we can get that other camera up. Actually, we got one in Greenville, too. Yeah, we don't have some of these cameras in the program. I don't know why. We have it on this. Let's go over to Corey Gherkin just for a moment. Corey Gherkin again on the western Mississippi storm near Cleveland.
I think we're gonna get ran over. Is there a gas station in Shaw?
Hey Hayden, I'm sending you the Greenville camera.
Rick's Express. Open. There's a little Rick's Express gas station. Zip Trip.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out gas. So it looks like right now in Tupelo, very ominous skies right now. We have another storm coming out of the west that has a small hook on it. May also try to produce a low-end tornado risk on that cell. There's also another camera in Amory, Mississippi, which is a little further down to the south, I think. Where's Amory? Oh, it's right here. Okay. We also got Amory. We're going to put that bottom right. We'll just stay here for now. Thank you, Caitlin, for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Is it slated to stay south? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Because, I mean, like, the entire severe weather risk is pretty much any... If you're in a watch right now, or even if you're not in a watch, basically this entire region here is where our main concern for severe weather is. So it'll be mostly south and west of, or south and east of Dallas-Fort Worth, south and east of Little Rock, back into the Tennessee Valley. And again, we're not just talking about severe weather now. This is going to go all the way into the late evening and even into the overnight hours as well. We're back up to 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. I just sent it to you. Let's go back to Tupelo. This storm is beginning to reorganize. Currently, it is not tornadic, but we are starting to see the velocities come together a little bit. I had a brief moment, actually, where it kind of spiked here on the east side of Tupelo. So we might have a low-end tornado risk attempting to develop back over near Fulton in Mississippi. That'll be going towards Tremont, really just traveling right along I-22. And this storm west of Shannon is also coming together. So we got a little hook on this storm that's developing. That could also produce a potential tornado risk. And also, I just want to show you guys this. Just popped up. Very odd looking severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know what's going on here, but we got a little, I don't know, a little spike near Mayfield. So if for some reason you are near Hicksville, one of the two homes probably that's right here near I-69, you are oddly enough in the severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is east of Nashville, Tennessee. Severe storm approaching Carthage over the next several minutes. Not sure if we have any live shots of this storm, but there was a slight bit of rotation east of Lebanon, but it's mostly just wind. Just kind of bowing out into a damaging wind risk going towards Carthage. And large hail continuing to be a possibility as well. I gotta say, though, these storms right now near Tupelo, for example, those ones honestly look the most concerning when it comes to a tornado risk. And even that, it's not really high tornado risk, but they do have decent organization right now on radar. Let's go over to Ben Williams. I'm not sure if he's currently on this storm, but I know he's in the area. He's just south of Tupelo, and he's going through the forest right now.
You know, any yellow
He's currently in the Plantersville area, so he's just southeast of Tupelo. So he's going to be approaching this storm. We'll go to him in a second. While he does that, this is live in Amory, Mississippi. The Celno weather camera. You can actually see, look very closely, deep back there. We actually have a little wall cloud forming. It was kind of my sneaking suspicion with this storm. So there is a wall cloud on this. Do we have Amory on the program? I don't think we do. I'm going to send you Amory. Next link hidden is Amory. But you can actually see a wall cloud forming back there right now, west of Amory. And I do want to go full cam to this, so give me 1 second. I want to try to outline the little wall cloud back there. A little bit of cloud-to-cloud lightning as well. Okay. So, in case for some reason you can't see it, which it is a little bit hard to see, but if you cannot see it, it's that right there. So we got a little lowering back there. Also, this is a North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera for Amory. It's not Selna. For those that don't know, a wall cloud is essentially the prerequisite, essentially, to seeing a tornado. It's not in all cases, but usually you'll see some sort of like lowering like this coming from a cloud base. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. It's very ragged. It's not organized right now. But if it's able to organize, we could see a tornado drop out of it, pending the low-level winds being strong enough. Again, that's been the biggest problem so far, have been the low-level winds are weak across the board, which is going to limit the tornado risk, but that can definitely be overcome, especially if we have some favorable storm interactions. Again, this storm near Shannon, just south of Tupelo, west of Amory, definitely could organize here soon. Yeah, go to Corey. Corey is still in the western Mississippi storm. That's Ben. That's Tornado Pagey. This is Corey. So Corey has, it looks like, a bit more of an elevated hailstorm now near Greenville, Mississippi. Not nearly as organized. Bottom right of your screen is what it looks like. Couple hailstorms really kind of just next to each other.
That one's turned and going southeast.
It's kind of ironic now. Got that little wall cloud on it. Just a little guy right now. It's not as stout as it was earlier.
Well, we got a new lowering right here on this cell that produced the hail over top of us. Another.
It's a little baby.
Yeah. I mean, it's decent on radar too. It's pretty strong. There's a lot of supercells out here, folks. We're just north of Greenville.
Okay, we have another update. Back over in Water Valley, Mississippi. There is a little bit of rotation on this storm. So this is south of Oxford. This is, again, north-central Mississippi. So this is long-term going towards Tupelo. There is a small hook on this cell. It's hard to see because we have a little bit of range folding here, but right over 315, there is a little mezzo that's forming. And so there could be a potential tornado risk coming out of this as this moves east. Yeah, just north of Bruce right now. So we're keeping a close eye on that storm. And then again, we have had a wall cloud on the storm near Okolona. And the storm that's east of Tupelo now, near Fulton, is also organizing very quickly. So big hailstorm right now moving east. Need to go back full screen to Tupelo. I can't really tell, but it looks like we still have a large lowering back there in the middle. Still looks like it. It's gotten a little bit larger. The velocities on right now are not really coming together very well. Not much of a couplet. But if we can see a little bit more convergence with this storm, definitely could produce a tornado. But the, again, low-level winds are relatively weak right now. And just for reference, this is what our low-level winds currently look like across the southeast. So this is in the Ohio Valley. And really, the more favorable environment today for tornadoes would technically be further to the north. But the wind speeds right now in the wind direction in the 700 millibar level, which is our low-level jet, are more westerly, west-southwest. It's not perfect, but it's still enough for a tornado risk. But you can see how those winds are still the highest with our particular environment in northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. Now, granted, they're also stronger in Tennessee, but we don't have as favorable of an environment when it comes to wind shear in that area. But the winds are strong. This is the 850 millibar level. So again, the strongest winds for our tornado risk are mainly in Mississippi and Alabama right now. If any storm were to produce a tornado, it'd probably be one of these three storms that we have right now in eastern Mississippi. But the one near Water Valley is developing a mesocyclone near Highway 315. Long-term Algoma, Pontiac, and New Holka will be in the track of that storm. That'll be something to watch for as that moves east. Go back over to Corey here for just a moment. Oops. Corey Kirkin is, again, in the...
Patricia, thank you for the PayPal. Greatly appreciated.
Currently just north of Greenville, Mississippi, which he's now behind some trees, so we'll go off him here and go to Ben. He's on the north side of Greenville now. Still very ominous skies. Big hailstorm going to be moving in here in just a moment. Ben Williams is back over southeast to Tupelo. And we are now up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. My goodness. So we are now up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is the most I think we've ever had at one given time in 2025 so far. It's pretty crazy. We got 2 more minutes. Well, now we're back down to 31, but even then, I mean, 32 is crazy. I think the most we've ever been live for was about 40. So we're getting up there. Again, warnings are stretching from Kerrville and Fredericksburg in Texas with a big hailstorm out here west of Austin. And they go all the way back up into Kentucky with a line of thunderstorms currently happening across western Kentucky and northeast Tennessee. We got the oddest looking severe thunderstorm warning currently south of Calvert City. And then this is back over in Uniontown on the radar Omega Cyclone port. Look at the right side of your screen. A very impressive looking storm rolling in here. And look at the sunset too. This is actually kind of pretty. Got the storm rolling in, and then you also got the sunset in the background in Union City, Tennessee. The storm is currently capable of 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk with this type of storm, but nonetheless, still pretty impressive. This is in Martin. So Martin is a little bit further off to the southeast at the bubbling cumulus clouds right now. Off to the north. I do want to go to the cloud tops, because that'll give us an idea of how tall these storms are. So the storms now, right now, around Mayfield, Kentucky, they're about 40,000 feet tall. But if you go over to, for example, Mississippi, they're upwards of 45 to 50,000 feet tall. We're actually approaching 50,000 feet on the storm near Greenwood. And the storm near Lake Providence is currently at 50,000 feet tall. So these are tall storms, which means that we are definitely talking about a more significant risk for large hail in addition to damaging winds. It's actually pretty impressive how tall these storms are currently. Going back to Amory in eastern Mississippi, look at the right side of your screen. We actually have a wall cloud. We've had multiple wall clouds already, just nothing to show for them, but there's a large wall cloud there. This is a storm that's near Okolona right now. Also in Millred, Texas, some quarter-sized hail was just reported. Do we have the Florence camera? We have Florence, right? That's what it looks like in Florence right now. My goodness, look at this storm. It's in Florence, Alabama, on the Hazcam. That is quite the storm. This is the Tennessee Valley weather camera. Very ominous skies. Clouds are low to the ground right now in Florence. And there's some lightning as well. Not even a wall cloud, just scary clouds. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is. It's basically just scary clouds. That is scary looking, to say the least. Let me get that link. Florence, Alabama storm. But yeah, that's if you look at radar right now, this is not producing a tornado, or it's really barely even severe. Just 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-sized hail. But nonetheless, it's an impressive storm. Impressive looking, very scary looking. I'm working on getting this camera on here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put it bottom right. All right. That 3. We're going back to 3 cam overlay. We'll put that bottom right. Amory's going to go bottom middle. There we go. All right. Back up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. Kind of a crazy number to say. We just got a brand new one back over in East Texas. This is near San Augustine. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. That is currently moving to the northeast. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and also southeastern Arkansas. This will be our primary corridor for supercells in the short term. That is going to be for damaging winds, large hail, and even a low-end tornado risk. It's back over to Florence, Alabama right now on the Hazcam. And scary looking storm rolling in, but main concern right now is 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And then this is back over to Amory, Mississippi. Right side of your screen, still have a little bit of a lowering there. I do find it interesting, currently, east of Tupelo in Mississippi, we still have a hook echo on this storm, and the velocities have come together just a little bit more, so we may actually have a legitimate rotation forming east of Tupelo. Currently, the velocities are a little bit off where the hook is, but there is at least some rotation developing now. This is near Tremont, south of Fulton. And we have had only one tornado warning so far today, and that was still over an hour ago. This is back over to Corey Gherkin right now. And Greenville. Actually, this is Ben.
Day.
Ben has a lowering.
That was big lightning right there.
So Ben Williams is in Nettleton, which is in Mississippi. That's going to be east of Shannon. So he's looking at the storm just to the south of Shannon.
We have a wall cloud, guys.
That is a large wall cloud that's formed. This is
here.
Ben Williams. Oh, actually, we got a wall cloud and rolling fork right now, too. Let me pull up that camera.
Okay, it's starting to get blacked. Our view's starting to go, so we're gonna move. We're gonna start getting some big hail here, so we're gonna move. Since we do have a wall cloud, we'll try to keep with this thing, but our road network is not great, y'all. That's for sure. I mean, we really do not have any good roads here to keep up with it. I almost just wonder if we should just let it core us and then call it good on the storm. We could head a little bit farther south and let this wall cloud pass over us.
Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just adding another camera because we don't have it on here.
Yeah, we'll reposition.
Go back to him in a second. All right, going to rolling fork right now. This is kind of crazy. This is the live shot and rolling fork on another has cam. That is a large lowering that is forming, and that's why it took a little while. I had to add the camera. But we actually have a large lowering right now over the west side of rolling of fork. And this has a mezzo on it. It has rotation, and this might get tornado warned. So, yeah, that is impressive. It's been very similar on a lot of storms that we've had so far. Even over in eastern Mississippi, those have also had, there's been several wall clouds, and this is yet again another one. But once again, this is live, and the camera just went out. It's been a little bit spotty, apparently, so it might be in and out, but that's pretty crazy looking right now. Looking at velocities right now, the velocities have come together a lot more over the last minute or so on the west side of Rolling Fork. Got a little mezzo on this. The camera just came back. Wasn't there a really bad tornado in Rolling Fork? There was. I believe it was 2023. Also, this is over at Amory, Mississippi, another wall cloud. Imagine if the low-level winds were any stronger today, we would be having a full-blown tornado outbreak. I mean, it's the one thing that I think that's preventing these storms from producing is legitimately the low-level winds. They're not very strong today, but this storm also has a large lowering forming there. Ooh, look at that CG right there. We got some lightning. Lightning coming in hot. All right, let's go back to Rolling Fork. Where again, Rolling Fork, we still have a large wall cloud. And this camera's been in and out, that's why we keep going back and forth between the two. We're still keeping a very close eye on this storm. We're gonna go back to Amory. JP, I don't know what happened. I'm not a mod, but I mean, you being a 12-month subscriber and you potentially breaking a rule, it has no correlate. Like, it doesn't matter. You could be a 5-year subscriber and still break a rule and get timed out. But I don't know what happened. It might have also been a mistake. Keep in mind, guys, that the chat goes really fast. So, I mean, a mod could accidentally time you out by, like, accident, because the chat goes very fast. So, it might have just been an accident. I wouldn't take it personally or anything. Especially when we have more than 15 or 20,000 people watching. It gets very crazy in the chat. All right, we're going back and forth. Again, this is in Amory, Eastern Mississippi. Now we're going back to Rolling Fork, which just went out again. All right, I'll go back to it in a second. We're going to stay here on Amory. Bottom right of your screen is that storm in Amory, which right now has a lowering in the middle of your screen. A small hook as well. Not really seeing much spin. Keep in mind, this camera's like 5, 6, 7 miles away from the lowering, but at least from a distance, I'm not really seeing much spinning on this storm. Looks like on live radar right now. And we have a little hook here. The velocities have not been very impressive. The storm that's further north near Tremont, that's going to be moving into Alabama, this one has been more impressive. We've had rotation on this cell along I-22. That'll be approaching Hamilton, Alabama over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which the camera again has been spotty. We're waiting for it to come back, but this has been rotating. We've had a wall cloud on this storm for the last 10 minutes or so. It's going to be approaching the west side of Rolling Fork over the next 10 minutes, and then eventually going towards Anguilla, western Mississippi. Long-term Silver City Bolzoni will also be in the track of that cell. This is back to the Rolling Fork storm. We'll see if it stays up for enough time for me to click on it. And it's currently not coming in. Let me try going to Amory first and go back to Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork still has a wall cloud. There it is. Oops, what just happened? Oh, it just went out. All right, well, you guys saw it for half a second. You might have to pause the stream. It was there for half a second, then disappeared. And there are some connection issues there. We'll keep going back to it when it comes back. But Amory still has a similar look with a large lowering. It's not very organized right now. It's not really attached to the base very well either. If it can organize, tornado's definitely in play. What's the trampoline forecast for today? It's on the medium side. I mean, we have a slight risk, and the risk today for severe weather is more driven towards... let's go back to Rolling Fork. There you go. So this is Rolling Fork. Still got a large lowering there on the west side of town. But the risk today is more driven towards scattered hail and wind. It's not like a widespread risk. So we're not talking about like a major risk for flying trampolines. But there's still a chance. Whereas Connor is not chasing today. Once again, this is Rolling Fork, Mississippi on the Hazcam from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera. Rolling Fork again under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and the camera just went out, but it's currently under a warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is back over in Amory, which is eastern Mississippi, so flipping the state. The storm continues to have a very ragged lowering, but could definitely still produce a tornado. I mean, these storms again have hook echoes. Going back to live radar. We still have a hook on this storm. This is the one that the camera's looking at, so just northwest there of Amory. Then we have one near Interstate 22, which is becoming outflow dominant by the looks of it. So I don't think this one's going to be really that tornadic, at least temporarily, as that goes towards Hamilton. The warning is currently down to ping pong ball-sized hail. And let's go back full screen. Still got that large lowering there. It's just, again, kind of slanted, and the wind is, again, it's very weak at the surface. How's it going, Jacob? Yeah, if you're in Rolling Fork, I mean, there's no, reason to, panic. Just make sure you're going to your safe place. I'd at least stay away from windows. Again, I don't really think that's going to produce a tornado in the next 5 or 10 minutes, but there is a lowering. There is a lowering. So, this is, again, Amory. This is back over to Rolling Fork, which the camera might have just gone out again. I think it did. We'll go back to Amory. Definitely have a wall cloud forming still. This is Rolling Fork once again. That wall cloud is starting to go behind the rain a little bit now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, we now have a tornado warning, and that is for Rolling Fork. So, Rolling Fork, Mississippi, you are now inside of a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building near Anguilla. Once again, this is what the storm looks like now, which is now not on the screen. The camera went out. I think Corey Gherkin could be in this area, or he's further north. He might be in Greenville. Okay, so he's in Greenville. But again, this is what the storm looks like right now. So we have that lowering in the middle of your screen in Rolling Fork. Which again, this camera's going to keep going in and out. But there is a lowering there, and there's a wall cloud. So we could see a tornado drop. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I'll keep it bottom right of your screen. Going towards Anguilla and eventually Luis. This is back over in Amory, Mississippi, which honestly, the Amory storm, I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warned soon, as we do have a large lowering that is becoming more organized. This is back to Rolling Fork. Just actively tornado warned. And large lowering, if you look in the right side, that's where the wall cloud is. That is a rain shaft. That is not a tornado, unless there's one behind that rain. But that's a large rain shaft that you can see there. Do we have Greenville? I don't have Greenville on here either. Why all of a sudden do I not have the Hascams on this program? I don't know what happened. It's back to Amory. Once Rolling Fork comes back, we'll go to it. Again, Rolling Fork, Mississippi is the place that is under a tornado warning. I don't know who owns this camera. Okay, this is crazy. I'm trying to get it up right now. This is another crazy looking storm in Greenville, Mississippi. Your socks might be knocked off once you see this. Just got to give it a moment to load. This is Greenville, Mississippi right now. That is insane. This is a crazy looking storm. With the sun setting, too. That's an unbelievable looking storm structure. Also, moments ago, reported there was a tornado in progress in Rolling Fork just moments ago. This is what it looks like right now in Rolling Fork. The tornado, if it's still in progress, is on the right side of your screen, buried in that rain. From the report, it is a very small little tornado. So, just moments ago, again, reported by a storm chaser in the area. Rolling Fork tornado has been confirmed moments ago. It may still be in progress. It's going to be there in the middle right. The camera's moving around a little bit, but it'll be further to the right there. But there is a tornado by the sounds of it buried back in that rain. From what I am hearing right now, it is on the ground as of 2 minutes ago. So it's going to be buried in that rain somewhere. If you guys see anything, let me know. I can't personally see it. This is a very low precip supercell, at least where the tornado is. There's just enough rain to block out us seeing it. Reportedly, it has lifted, so it must have been a brief tornado. This is currently looking northwest, so we're looking directly at where there would be a tornado. If there was one, it would be buried back in the rain here in Rolling Fork. Actually, look right there in the middle. Looks like a little funnel right there. I think that's where we'd be looking. That little funnel. Very middle of your screen. And the camera just went out. We'll go back to it in a second. But yeah, there's a funnel there. In the meantime, this is back over in Greenville, Mississippi, further off to the north and east. Very ominous looking skies right now. Big storm rolling in. This back to Rolling Fork. There is like a little lowering, a little funnel there, it looked like in the middle. Got some rising scud there on the right. Again, wall cloud is kind of buried back in there behind the rain, but you got that funnel. There's a little funnel right there. I think there is some spin. I think that's where we're looking, right there in the middle. You got a funnel cloud. That is definitely a funnel. It's very smooth. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for Rolling Fork and Aguila in western Mississippi. Looks like a tornado is attempting to drop, though. Look at that long rope right there, too. You can see it going from top right to middle. That is a tornado dropping actively. We have a tornado actively dropping. That is a tornado, I think, in progress right now. So we have a tornado that has dropped. It might not be condensed, but we have a tornado in progress near Rolling Fork. That right there is a tornado. So a tornado is currently in progress. Again, this is not Greenville, Mississippi, by the way. This is currently Rolling Fork. I do apologize. I don't know why the camera says that, but this is Rolling Fork. A tornado in progress. That is a tornado that could even be on the stronger side of things. On the west side of Rolling Fork. That tornado is growing in size right now. So we have a tornado in progress on the northwest side of Rolling Fork, and it's likely still in progress. Don't be too deceived here. It's just not condensed, probably. And the camera just went out. We may have had a power outage or just some buffering. We'll go back to it in a second. I want to go full screen. We're going to go back full screen. This is what it looks like just moments ago and kind of still live. Again, large... Not really large, but at least a decent-sized tornado there off to just to the west of Rolling Fork. Looks like it's back kind of in the forest right now. It's a bit more buried back there in the forest. Hopefully it's not hitting any buildings. All right, we are back on the full cam. This tornado warning has not been upgraded to confirmed, but it's definitely in progress. All right, we just lost the camera again. I'm gonna go back to radar again. This is right now in Rolling Fork. It is currently a tornado that is in progress in Rolling Fork off just to the west, and it's gonna be moving in the direction of Luis over the next several minutes. And this is what it looks like on the North Mississippi Storm Chasers HazCam, which this should be live, but I think it's currently just, it has a little bit of connectivity issues right now, but that again is a tornado non-condensed on the west side of Rolling Fork. All right, tornado warning was just updated. It is now a confirmed tornado. So this is now a confirmed tornado. I don't know why the sound effect didn't go off, but it is now officially a confirmed tornado. And my program just crashed. But it is now officially a confirmed tornado. So again, for Rolling Fork, we now have a confirmed tornado here. Going back over to the live shot, again, right side of your screen is that tornado right now, which may still be on the ground, but again, it's probably non-condensed. We just lost it again, but there is still a tornado back in there, but again, I think it's non-condensed, moving through the north side now of Rolling Fork, and will be approaching Anguilla over the next few minutes. You need to be in your tornado shelter, closet, bathroom, basement, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. And actually, I think that might be the debris signature right there near Riverside Junction. That is likely the tornado on radar. Again, camera is currently out. It'll come back here in a second. And by the way, what I mean by non-condensed, some people are asking, it basically means a tornado is actually on the ground, like we have vortices and stuff. You just can't see it like condensed, as in like the like rain kind of wrapping around it. You can't really see that. This is the live shot, so the tornado's gonna be on the right side of your screen now. This camera can move, so I think they're gonna move it here in a second. But the tornado's now on the north side, and it's now just moving, but we just lost connection again. It is still moving. It's probably crossing Highway 61 right now, and approaching Holland Landing and Anguilla. Also, Corey Gherkin is on a crazy storm, bottom right of your screen, back over near Greenville, Mississippi. So just throwing that out there. That one's also producing some significant hail and wind. All right, back to, this is what it looks like right now. So again, tornado is, it looks like probably lifted now. So right there in the middle is that funnel, which we lost it again. But looks like this tornado is likely lifted now. I do want to go to Corey real quick, because Corey has a crazy view of this storm. Let's listen in for just a second until that camera comes back. Corey Gherkin's back up in Greenville, Mississippi.
Dude, I'll take it though. Oh man, yeah.
What that storm looks like. Oh, we're going back to Rolling Fork, which just went out again. All right. Rolling Fork might be dropping again.
Folks. Dixie does get a lot of sweet.
This is what Rolling Fork looks like. Still have a long funnel cloud. And it's going to go out again, but we still have a funnel, possibly a tornado on the north side of Rolling Fork. Interesting fact, the tornado that has just happened in Rolling Fork occurred one day before the 2-year anniversary of the Rolling Fork EF4 tornado.
Here comes the dust.
So again, apparently the tornado that we just had in Rolling Fork, which again still might be on the ground. I don't know why the camera's spinning in circles. That right there is again the long funnel. It looks like it's getting kind of roped out right now. We still have a very long funnel cloud there. And guys, I'm sorry the camera keeps going out. It's not on my control. It's just connectivity issues in Rolling Fork, but there is a long funnel there, and possibly still a tornado on the north side of Rolling Fork. but it's likely roping out and has likely... Wow, actually, you can see it right now. Look at how it's roping out. That funnel's becoming way smaller over the last few minutes.
Actually, we've got an almost due east option here until...
So this tornado is likely entirely lifted here near Rolling Fork.
Jeez! It isn't very far, but it'll keep us...
Here's a tornado report. A small vortex tornado formed under a rotating wall cloud seen from the Mississippi Highway 14 on the west side of Rolling Fork. And I'm not sure if the camera's going to stay on. I don't think it is. But it is still roping out. That is how small that funnel has become. Look at how small that thing is. That is a very thin little funnel cloud coming from the base of the storm there. I think it's completely gone. I think it just died. That's crazy. I wish we had the entire loop of that, but that thing really shrunk into nothing. You can't even see it anymore. So that funnel cloud, that tornado has entirely gone away. Wow. That was pretty incredible. Hopefully there's no damage. Again, it was more on the west side of town. The report that we had was just west of Rolling Fork near Highway 14, and it tracked, I think, towards Booth, which is a small little community in Lorezen, near Highway 1 and Highway 14. So let's just hope that there wasn't really anything out there. Keep in mind that this storm could still recycle. We could see another tornado come out of this as it moves more to the east. So we'll be keeping that. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Back over in Amory right now, we have a storm over in Amory, Mississippi that is ramping up very quickly as well. We may get a tornado warning here in a moment near Amory and Hatley. Rotation is intensifying very quickly here. Near Smithville, and this is currently moving to the east-northeast, going towards Detroit. Again, we got a little hook echo right here over the south side of Smithville, inflow notch, and then the velocities are relatively strong right now. Going towards Hatley.
It's not ever guaranteed.
Corey Gherkin, this is live shot back over near Greenville, Mississippi. That storm's currently producing golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Right here.
This is back to Rolling Fork, which once again, the funnel cloud is completely sheared off. We don't have anything left here with the funnel cloud. But we may see something recycle here. We'll keep a close eye on the Rolling Fork storm. But concern is definitely growing, in my opinion, for the storm near Hatley, east of Amory. There is a camera in Amory, but I don't think it can see anything right now. But we do have a hook on this storm. We're going to have another radar scan here in a second. See what the velocities look like. They should update in just a moment. Hey, Bill, for the super chat. Appreciate that.
A new tornado warning
Also,
has been
Hamilton,
issued.
Alabama, just a slight bit further off to the east here. Which, by the way, all the warnings, I think, are still coming in, because I had to relaunch the software, so I do apologize. The warnings that are popping up, those are all not, like, brand new. But the storm over near Hamilton, Alabama, is currently producing some large hail and damaging winds. It has a strong inflow, so we may see a tornado try to come out of this near Hamilton. We'll be approaching Highway 43 over the next several minutes as well. The storm again near Hatley and Amory. This one does have a hook echo. The latest velocity scan still showing some broad circulation, but it won't take much for this thing to come together and try to drop a tornado. So we may get a tornado warning on this here soon. It'll eventually go towards Detroit, Gwynn, and Winfield in western Alabama. So make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're a bit further off to the east. All right, back to Rolling Fork. This is still technically a confirmed tornado warning, but once again, that funnel cloud got completely roped out. And at this point, we are mainly talking about a threat for large hail and damaging winds. They are going to likely keep the tornado warning going here for a little bit longer. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're on the east side of Rolling Fork. Power flash where, Hayden? By the way, John, if you get any updates on the tornado that just happened, let me know. And I can have you come up. Yeah, we're not talking about Detroit, Michigan, guys. we're all the way down here in the south. Detroit, Michigan is not seeing severe weather today. All right, this warning has just been updated. They are putting this as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail near Smithville. No tornado possible label on this as of right now. Also, we have a new update. We now have a destructive supercell in Texas. So this is back over in Kerr and Kendall counties. A destructive storm is currently ongoing near Comfort, which is not very comforting, and near Interstate 10 with baseball-sized hail currently right along Interstate 10, which is going to affect truck drivers and really any people that are traveling right now along I-10 just to the west of Austin, north of San Antonio. Baseball-sized hail is currently happening with this storm right along I-10. Might be a good idea to avoid I-10 right now between Junction and San Antonio. Significant hailstorm right now in progress with baseball-sized hail with that storm. A little quick update for those back up in Kentucky or Tennessee. It's mostly damaging winds with these storms, but we don't really have anything severe anymore. So our severe weather, at least across Union City and Martin, is pretty much at zero right now. Just some gusty winds and small hail. This is the cyclone port in Martin, the University of Tennessee in Martin, in northwestern Tennessee. Some ominous skies, a little bit of lightning as well, but gusty winds the main concern there. Also, the severe storm that passed through Nashville has raced off to the east-northeast. It is now just west of Jamestown, still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Also, we are starting to see rotation south of Ruleville near Doddsville. Little mesocyclone on this storm moving east-northeast just to the north of Eta Bena. So a little bit of rotation on that storm as of right now, moving to the east-northeast. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't realize the time was off-centered. Thank you. By the way, we did add a new clock that looks way better in my opinion than the one we had before. So that is a brand new clock that we have now on stream. And we can also change the time zones easily. All right, John has a report for us from the Kerr County storm. Let's go over to John, and we're going to try this out. See if it works. All right, how's it going, John? You're on screen.
All right, we're doing well. So for Kerr County, some developing situation for the hail that's occurring in the region. First started off with a 3/4 inch to hail. Now it is past 1 inch and 3/4 of hail. So the hail in Kerr County is developing where that destructive thunderstorm is at.
All right, thank you for the insight and report. That's the Kerr County, Texas storm back over near I-10. So, yeah, that storm's producing some very destructive hail. Currently around baseball-sized hail. All right, let's go back over to the Amory storm. And the latest couple of scans here, the velocities, again, are kind of broader as of right now. We still have a hook on this storm. Still possible that we get a tornado out of this. Near Hatley, it's going to be moving towards Detroit. For now, the warning was downgraded to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why the text was going off screen there. I got to fix that. That's fine. He was quiet. All right, I'll up his audio. All right, he should be good now. You're gonna fix yours? Okay. All right, back over to Rolling Fork. Again, we still have a confirmed tornado warning here for Rolling Fork. This is the live shot currently in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I think the camera just went out, so I don't think we're going to have it. But currently, we don't... I'll just describe you the scene right now in Rolling Fork, because the camera is out right now. But Rolling Fork, we are still looking at a storm that is producing some gusty winds, some small hail. But again, the funnel cloud and the tornado at this point have lifted. We don't have anything confirmed right now. That's in progress. We may have had some damage just west of Rolling Fork, but it did not go right through the town. So that's some good news. Everything's been quiet. I don't know if 25 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning is considered quiet. It's definitely not quiet. We have a lot of stuff happening. We got warnings up the wazoo right now. Texas all the way to Tennessee. We've had some in Kentucky as well. But this is not your average severe weather event. I mean, for this being a... Actually, let's go to Corey. Corey has a lowering, I think. Corey Gherkin has some sort of lowering. There's a lowering back there. This is near Greenville, Mississippi. I think near Leland now. There's a lowering there on the left.
Northeast. Yeah, start trying to tighten out.
Even that right there's got a big core in it now. This little merger.
The storm has been rotating at other times. This is not the only time. I'm gonna keep it on Corey. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. We'll keep it on Corey near Greenville, Mississippi.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of rotation. Yeah. Wait, how far is this road goes straight east down here?
Yeah. For a ways, then it curves back to the north and northeast. I've got it routed to... Since it won't show me the route.
Alright, we are back.
Inverness.
Yeah, this sucks. I mean, if it produces right now, we'll be back there.
And this is near Greenville, Mississippi, Leland and Indianola. Corey Gherkin currently right over near Leland on Highway 61 in western Mississippi.
I think after this little cell merger, it's gonna try. I don't know if that.
Interesting update. We still have a confirmed tornado for the Anguilla storm. I'm not sure if they just forgot to downgrade it. I don't think we've had anything recently that's been confirmed. The camera views that we've had have not shown anything. I mean, the tornado lifted like 10 minutes ago. They just updated the warning, though. It's just been downgraded to quarter-sized hail. So that's interesting. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but they still have it as confirmed. Let's go back to Corey. Corey has impressive structure here near Indianola, and Leland, in western Mississippi.
Yeah.
Lotus, yeah, I mean, today's threat, a few tornadoes possible. That's pretty much the general wording for today, so... the tornado risk is on the lower side, but we have a big risk for hail and wind. I honestly think today could have been a 30% risk for hail and wind.
Yeah, look at that structure on that.
That's wild.
Yeah, if this was daytime, this structure I think would be even crazier, but it still looks pretty crazy even at night.
Is there an option to go southeast if we have to?
I know that's what I've been.
We're gonna go back to live radar. The tornado warning east of Rolling Fork technically goes for 30 more minutes. I highly doubt it's going to continue for 30 more minutes, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're on the east side of Rolling Fork near Anguilla. This will eventually go towards Lotus, so for some reason this is still tornadic by then. Those in Lotus, just south of Silver City, you'll have to be ready to go to your safe place as this storm continues to track to the east. And then back over near Amory, Mississippi, right along the Mississippi and Alabama border. We have a few different storms here producing hail and wind. There have been hook echoes on these storms, but again, low-level winds are not really in the favor of these supercells. So they are struggling a little bit. But if you are between Hamilton and Hackleburg, back through Amory, continue to make sure to stay in your safe place, at least away from windows, as hail and wind will continue to be a concern with those storms as they continue to track east. The storms west of Tupelo are mostly wind and hail, lots of lightning. We don't have much rotation on those cells. The majority of our rotation right now is going to be associated with the supercells that we have that are developing across the southeast Arkansas, western Mississippi, and northeastern Louisiana region, where there are several storms right now. They're not just rotating, but also producing some very large hail and damaging winds. For example, the one near Indianola is producing golf ball sized hail. That's the one bottom right of your screen that Corey Gherkin is looking at, which is an unbelievable shot. We also got severe weather ramping up across the Interstate 20 corridor in northern Mississippi. Main concern is damaging winds, and there's also some large hail. And we have plenty of supercells right now in Texas, and one of the most substantial ones is near Kerrville in Texas, producing destructive baseball sized hail. A more recent report just moments ago in downtown Kerrville, Texas, is tennis ball sized hail. So there will be some windshields likely blown out in these areas due to how significant the hail is currently near I-10. Let's go back to Corey. Still a very impressive supercell here near Greenville and Indianola.
Maybe by then we'll see what the storm looks like. It has some potential of it.
Thank you, Mystic, for the super chat. Tennessee should be mostly wind and hail tonight. There's a very low tornado risk.
Go due east, and then we do the weird curving stuff.
Well, I'll do an update on Tennessee in a moment because we do have a few storms in western Tennessee.
At that point, though, when we reach the right or left, we either got to go right or left.
All right, well, let's go back to live radar. I do want to give you guys a quick update for Tennessee. Currently, no severe weather on the western half of the state. We had a line of storms form, but it's been pretty weak overall. Just some lightning, some small hail, gusty winds. But really, the biggest concern for anybody in western or central Tennessee tonight will be out of the line now. So we had a few supercells earlier. We've had some over the last few hours. None of it really that impressive. But this will be the main concern from here. We're mainly talking about some gusty winds and small hail, potentially a low tornado risk as well as it tracks towards Jackson, Memphis, and as well as Dixon in Nashville. So those are some areas to watch for. Thank you, Gatto, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, my cheese curd is doing well. All right, we do have an update from John regarding the Rolling Fork tornado. Let's go ahead and go to John.
All right, we do have some reports from the Rolling Fork tornado, some damage. We have an image of a home that has been affected a bit. Some parts of the roof have been torn away. Looks like shingles, a bit of awning has been torn off. And then you have screens being blown out of windows, some glass being shattered, and several trees toppled from the images that I'm seeing.
Alrighty, thank you for the report. So, some damage on the west side of Rolling Fork, which would have been back over near Highway 1 and Highway 14. That's where the report happened, near the main canal. Still too low. All right, John, you're still too low, by the way. I don't think it's on my end. I'll up your audio on my end though. Yeah, guys, we're gonna get it figured out. Don't worry. This is like a test run because we haven't done this before. But if you didn't hear him, we do have some damage coming in. There are some photos as well. I'll try to retweet those on Twitter. But a lot of damage to just like a single-story home back over on the west side of Rolling Fork. A lot of leaves and looks like a little carport that was broken as well. So that was from the only tornado that we've had confirmed so far. The only one that we've had confirmed so far. But nonetheless, that one's still technically a confirmed tornado warning until that's gone. We have the confirmed tag at the top. But again, that was the last time we had anything on the ground was probably about 15 minutes ago. All right, let's back over to Corey Gherkin. Still have a shelf cloud and even a little bit of a lowering here on this storm.
Less than a lowering up in there. I hate this joystick. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lowering in there.
All right. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a member. Thank you, Levi, also for becoming a member.
We have some random car flying up.
Yeah, so obviously you guys have probably already figured, but John is probably going to be in the future helping out with some of the on-stream reporting and stuff like that, and also helping out with like radar analysis in case I don't see something. So we are giving it a test run today to see how it goes, but I think it'll be probably a thing for a while. But we're getting the audio figured out, so it might even be on my end. I fixed some stuff, so. All right, we do have some brand new severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued. One over in Kerr, Texas, just an update on the Kerr, Texas storm. This one is still warned for baseball-sized hail, but the warning in Kerrville is down to golf ball-sized hail. So to add insult to injury, we just had a baseball-sized hailstorm in Kerrville. We have another one behind it for golf ball-sized hail. So, you know, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, we got 2 destructive hailstorms essentially going through Kerrville in the matter of like 30 minutes, not even. Also, we're up to golf ball sized hail for Washington and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. That warning has been upgraded, which that is going to be near Indianola, near Leland. So that one at this point has been upgraded. Golf ball sized hail has actually been observed on that storm. That's the one again that Corey Gherkin is currently looking at. We're going to go back to Corey because he does still have a lowering here.
Man, I wish it would stay like this for like another 30 miles.
I know.
The heck?
Yeah, there's a lowering there, middle left of your screen. The lightning is illuminating the sky, helping to be able to see that right now.
Sir, you can't park there either.
Is this the same John from the computer setup? It is. It indeed is. Thank you, Armin, for the super chat. Where can a degree in meteorology take me career-wise? It could take you a lot of places. You could go into broadcasts, like kind of what I'm doing right now on TV. You could go into like insurance. There's actually a big market for that. There's a big private sector. National Weather Service is an option. I mean, there's a bunch of places you could go with your meteorology career. There's even some like really private ones, like, you know, Disney World, for example. Like, you can really kind of get like interesting meteorology jobs in a lot of different retrospects. But there's a lot of companies that hire meteorologists. A lot of them being even like very private. Like, you might not even think of it, but like even Air Force, you know, they have meteorologists. So there's a lot of places that you can get a job in meteorology. With that said, the broadcast space for meteorology has, I mean, like, this is just factual. It has been going down. Like, there's just not as much, at least in, like, the local markets, for example. It's harder to get a job. They've really cut down on how many meteorologists are at local stations and stuff. Mainly because of, you know, cable going out the door and, you know, that sort of stuff. All right, we got a bunch of new warnings that have just come out. We're back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. We actually have one in Kentucky, so we'll go to that. We haven't really gone into Kentucky recently, but this is actually far to the north. This is all the way back up near Frankfort and Lexington, with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on this cell. Keep in mind that our severe weather risk for today does not extend into this area. That's what I mean by far north. This isn't even in our general severe weather risk for today, which is in both Kentucky and Tennessee. So just out there, Frankfort, severe storm, that'll be going towards Lexington. Just completely out of the blue. But again, our general risk for today, in case you don't already know, it's a large slight risk, very long and thin, stretching from Nashville back into Austin and Killeen. Main concern, damaging winds, hail, and also the potential for a couple or maybe even a few tornadoes between now and about 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Obviously, it's a long time frame, but the peak of the severe weather threat is between now all the way through about 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And the Rolling Fork tornado warning is still ongoing. It is, again, technically a confirmed tornado, but it is not. The warning is confirmed, but we don't have anything that's been observed recently or anything like that. So if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. But again, for now, it's not as much of a concern. Our concern is really growing across every other storm. I would say every other storm right now is more concerning than our tornado warning, which is kind of hard to believe. But I mean, we have a bunch of hailstorms, and unfortunately, I think a lot of people do kind of go over that. Sometimes, like, people don't think of this, but like, hailstorms are significant. They can cause tons of damage. In some cases, hailstorms can actually be more dangerous and destructive and cost a lot more money than a tornado can. It's been proven time and time again. So these hailstorms are no joke. I mean, we're definitely going to see, car windshields blown through and a lot of other stuff. Not something that you want to see, but I mean, that's going to happen. You could have like patio furniture, even like those patio tables. If they're glass, those could be shattered from the hail. So definitely something to keep in mind. Also, we do have 2 storms right now in eastern Mississippi that are rotating. Also, the tornado warning was just canceled. We have 2 storms right now in eastern Mississippi that are beginning to rotate, one of which is near Calhoun City, and another one with a little bit of rotation south of Algoma, near Pontotoc. So a couple different storms that are rotating just a little bit. But again, tornado warning has now fully been canceled from Rolling Fork. As mentioned before, there was a little bit of damage, at least to one-story building on the west side of Rolling Fork. And let's hope that there's no other damage there. But there was a tornado there on the ground for about 5 minutes or so earlier in the stream. If you want to go back and watch it, it is inside of the stream. If you want to go back like 30 minutes. Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. Is there a possibility Dilley, Texas might get some rain tonight? Let me see where Dilley, Texas is. Low chance. I wouldn't rule it out, but it's a low chance. Better shot if you're further over near Houston. There are some people asking what will Houston see later tonight in some other areas. We're just going to go through the general future radar across this entire region. So this is what it's going to look like in about an hour from now. So by 9 o'clock, we are going to have basically widespread storms. It's hard to even put this all on the map. We have widespread storms all the way from San Antonio, Texas, back towards Maysville. And again, the general risk is damaging winds and hail. We could have hail as large as the size of tennis balls and even baseballs, especially with the storms in Texas. There is also a chance for a couple of tornadoes. By 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to have a line of storms organizing across Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. By 12 to 1 o'clock overnight into early tomorrow morning, there will be plenty of rain and thunderstorm activity, especially in Tennessee, northern Alabama, and central Mississippi. Damaging winds will be really happening across this entire area of thunderstorms. By 3 to 4 in the morning, the line is going to be crashing to the south. It's going to be generally weakening. Not much happening in Texas after sunset, or not after sunset, after midnight tonight. But back over near Jackson, we'll have a couple different Boeing segments, just outflow driven, with some damaging winds, and again, maybe one more brief tornado. And then by tomorrow morning, all this is done, and we really won't have much severe weather left tomorrow. Very low chance for an isolated, brief damaging wind or hail event near the Gulf Coast tomorrow in the late morning, early afternoon. But the risk is overall pretty low. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Monroe in Louisiana, which this just got added to a tornado possible label. So rotation right now just west of Sterling. It'll be moving towards Sterling, Colston, and Bastrop, just north of Monroe, Louisiana. So stay weather aware if you're in this area. I don't know if we have a camera here. I'm going to check, though. But just north of Monroe, there are a couple cameras. This is a live shot on Fink's Hideaway. So this is over near Monroe. Kind of hard to see much right now, but it is a little bit gusty for winds. Let's see if we have anything else that might be looking more towards the storm. There is rotation on this. We do have a little mesocyclone on this. Probably a wall cloud moving towards Sterling, if I had to guess. I'm just checking to see if we have a has cam here. We do not. All right. Corey Gherkin. Let's go to him. This is Corey Gherkin back over east of Greenville, Mississippi. Still a little bit of a lowering on the right side of your screen, but it's been pretty much just a shelf cloud for the last several minutes. Specifically, Corey is near just south of Tribbett near Kinloch, Mississippi, if you're familiar with that area, south of Indianola.
Yeah, I think the way it's laid out now, I'll probably get back to 61 and just...
Thank you, Justin, for the super chat.
Move south, poke more stuff.
Yeah.
Union, Louisiana. Is that the one we're looking at? Or is that a different one?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good call.
Actually, I do want to go back to radar. Look at this. Back over east of Shreveport, near Gibbsland. We actually have a little hook echo near Arcadia. And there is a little bit of spin. We have a little bit of rotation popping up on radar. So maybe another low tornado risk here going towards Arcadia. Definitely gonna be something to watch for right there. A little bit of rotation, little hook echo, lots of lightning too. Lightning's been picking up a lot. Actually, this is the last several minutes. Just over the last few minutes, we've been seeing a lot more convergence on this storm. The wind's going away from the radar, intensifying a little bit, and also going towards the radar. So we may get a tornado with this near Arcadia, Louisiana. And again, the one back over north of Monroe is coming together pretty quickly. We might get a tornado warning on both of these, actually. We'll have to wait and see. Over in northwestern Alabama, near Detroit and Beaverton and Winfield, this storm is quickly coming together. Rotation is intensifying quickly. Just south of Detroit, we have a hook on this storm. Near Highway 17 going towards Beaverton, Gwinn, and Winfield in northwest Alabama. We may get a tornado warning in just a few minutes on this if the velocities stay as strong as they are. It's mainly near Pine Springs. So we have some convergence there. We'll be tracking right along Interstate 22 here very soon. But it is moving east-southeast. Even if we don't get a tornado, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail are likely as it approaches Gwinn, Alabama. So if you are in this area, definitely stay weather aware. Long-term, Carbon Hill and north of Fayette will be in the track of this. All right, let's go back to Corey here. If your AC goes down, we won't have John. My AC was not fixed by John, by the way. My AC unit was just... apparently, the I don't know what it was, but something got iced over in the AC, essentially. So...
Westbound and down. Not yet.
Yeah.
A not-so-fun fact, 2 years ago from yesterday, the Rolling Fork tornado happened. That was an EF4 tornado. You know, some debated it could have been an EF5. That tornado that we just saw, not even an hour ago, that one ended up being... I don't think it was that strong, but there was a tornado about, like, an hour ago. That's barely a day away from the 2-year anniversary of the Rolling Fork tornado. So, crazy stuff there. What's up with the temperatures? Or the temperature roller coaster in Michigan? It's spring. It's spring in anywhere in the north is usually like that.
Okay, you want to take a right here where you just took a right.
Copy. Westbound and down.
All right, we'll go back to the 3-cam view here. But once again, we're watching this storm near Detroit very closely, as there's a hook on this, and it definitely is capable of producing a tornado. Moving towards Gwinn and Winfield. We are right back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings yet again. And we just got a new one for Greenwood and Sidon here in central Mississippi. Good amount of lightning as well. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern with this as this moves to the east. Huge couplet on the comfort storm. It's probably hail contamination. Actually, this is back over in Texas, northwest of San Antonio for reference. There is I would say there's a little bit of rotation with this, but I think this is more of a hail risk. It's not very comforting right now to be in Comfort, Texas, with a big hailstorm moving in, and also 60-mile, or not really much of a wind threat here, but a little bit of rotation. And we also just got a new warning back over near Mexica, I think is how you say it, Wortham. Mainly for damaging winds and a little bit of hail. Golf ball-sized hail is the current threat on that cell. Approaching Tupelo right now, we do have a cell just southwest of Tupelo that is rotating. A little mezzo on it. It's going to be approaching Amory. Amory's bottom middle of your screen. I'm going to see if the other camera looks any better. Holka. Where's Holka? Holka, Mississippi, we are also now seeing rotation on. So this is... Oh, this is near Okolana. Okay, never mind. There is rotation. So this storm is, again, is right now rotating, going towards Shannon. A little bit of a convergent area just south of Highway 41. But let me try to add this camera here. Where is the camera? Oh, the software is broken. All right. We got an update from John. Let's go over to John, and I'm going to quickly get my jug of water. So take it away, John.
Alrighty, so the National Weather Service released several of its vertical sounding profiles for the atmosphere so we can look ahead on what's going on with the storms. So just looking ahead, the setup in Texas and Louisiana, there's a lot of instability in the atmosphere. CAPE values, which are convective available potential energy values, are running well over the 2000s, especially in southeast Texas around Houston area, stretching across much of Louisiana. And for context, CAPE measures the amount of energy available for storms to grow. So when you start seeing values over 1,000, that usually is supportive of strong thunderstorms. So 2,000 plus is definitely something to watch. And then furthermore, that instability is then being fueled by a lot of moist air coming from the Gulf due to a lot of southerly winds in the area. And then lastly, of course, there is, on top of that, shear helicity values around the hundreds. So basically, shear helicity is an indicator of rotating updrafts. So there is a potential of rotating updrafts around Texas, Louisiana ahead of all these storms going to those areas. So overall, the SPC, their outlook is definitely lining up to what the environment is currently doing. So just good thing to look ahead for these storms.
Alrighty, thank you, John. All right. Audio's better? All right, cool. All right. I got it fixed on my end too, so it should be better now. All right, let's see. We are up to now 33 severe thunderstorm warnings. I could not tell you the last time that we were live for 33 severe thunderstorm warnings, but here we are. 33 in effect, and we still got 7 minutes until like any other ones expire. So this is pretty bananas, to say the least. But we have, again, multiple storms that are concerning, but I really want to narrow down to some of the more significant ones, and two of them are the ones near Amory and Tupelo. Once again, the concern with these storms is mainly going to be quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, but we do have some rotation that's a bit more rain-wrapped that is approaching Shannon right now. So the Shannon area rotation is going to be approaching your neck of the woods here very soon. Did not mean to pull that up. So again, if you're in the Shannon, Verona areas or Okolona, stay vigilant. I'd stay away from windows at the minimum, as damaging winds, hail, and then a potential tornado threat may evolve here soon as we continue to see some favorable storm interactions. We got a little storm merger even happening near Verona. That's something to keep a close eye on. All right, I need to go back to Corey just for a second. I'm sorry, guys. My camera program crashed. I'm trying to launch it. All right. We're fixed
Might
now.
not have gotten the tube, but we had a chunky wall cloud. Chunky wall cloud and some of the best structure you could ask for. Ah, the hills were shrinking. Stop it.
All right, I got it fixed now. All right, we're good. All right, so we got Amory, bottom middle. I'm gonna change Greenville out to Tupelo. All right, so that's gonna be bottom right. All right, sorry about that. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. I've gotten a lot of your merch and the 100,000 subscriber hat. My number is 50. Love all your forecasts and what you do. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you got the number 50. That's actually a pretty good number. Now, there are some numbers, if you get a signed hat, that are going to be like 331 or something that really don't have much meaning. But getting like number 50 is pretty cool. But I do appreciate the super chat. And thank you for supporting the channel and being here since 100K. That's incredible. Also, thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I challenge you to grow your hair out until the end of the year. No reason you can't. I don't think so, but I do appreciate the super chat. Tornado Amory camera. Let's go to Amory. Actually, there is some. What is that? Is that a big rain shaft?
Or
What is that? I think that's just a big rain shaft. This is looking in Amory. Once we get lightning that illuminates the sky, we might see something. There is rotation, though, near Houston that's coming together. I'm pretty sure that's just a large rain shaft. Yeah, that's just a huge rain shaft. But there is rotation legitimately near Houston, which is just off to the west of Amory. Latest scan's a little bit broader. By the way, we're up to 34 severe thunderstorm warnings. 34. All right, we do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center for tonight's risk of severe weather. That's the wrong screen. All right, so the latest is that we still have a slight risk of severe weather in place. Nothing's changed with that. That goes from southern Kentucky all the way back over into South Texas. It is a very large slight risk, even for this time of the year. Our main concern, again, is damaging winds and hail. They do have a hatched risk for hail in place in Texas, as we've already seen baseball-sized hail, and significant hail is still possible over the next several hours. Our tornado risk is still a 5%, so we still have a 5% tornado risk that is in place in southwest Tennessee, Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and a very small sliver there of northeastern Louisiana. One change from this tornado risk is our 2% tornado risk is a little bit further south, and the 5% tornado risk also no longer includes most of western Tennessee. So that's the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. Just some small changes to our overall outlook. But we do have a couple storms that are actually forming just west there of Memphis. So a couple little cells out there just off to the west of Memphis. Nothing really too significant right now, but be keeping a close eye on that activity. Also got some storms right now rolling through northwest Tennessee, but nothing currently too severe. Actually, if we go back up to Bowling Green, Kentucky, we do have a little severe storm right now near Russellville. There's a camera there, but it looks like it's out. But just to the west there, Bowling Green, line of thunderstorms producing some damaging winds. Same thing back up near Lexington, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds going in the direction of Lexington, Kentucky. And then all across Tennessee, we are severe weather free currently. But again, that could always change. And it will change, probably at some point here soon. This is what it looks like right now in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We actually got a little lightning out there in the far distant horizon. And here's your cloud base again. Clouds relatively low to the ground, even in Kentucky this evening. Doesn't mean we'll see tornadoes, but again, with clouds this low and the amount of wind shear that we have, if a storm is able to, really rotate, definitely could see a tornado. Is Animal Kingdom worth seeing? That's a good question. It depends. If you're there for long enough and it's not too expensive, I think it is. It's a good day to go there, in my opinion. You can definitely spend a day there. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a 13-month member. I know that's crazy. Time does fly. I'm in Nashville. Are we good for tonight? Can I go to bed in a decent hour? So over the next few hours, we are still expecting storms in Nashville, and this will really happen around 10 o'clock or so. So we got about 2 hours until it hits Nashville. Generally speaking, the severe weather risk is low. It's not zero, but it's low. I'm talking about some isolated damaging winds and maybe, just maybe, a brief spin up somewhere here near Nashville. But I'm not very concerned about this area. Just have ways to receive warnings. Again, the risk, in my opinion, is low for Nashville. It's not zero, but it's low. We are beginning to see a little bit more intensification now in the Houston supercell. This storm right here near Houston, I think, is not far from producing a potential tornado. Main reason why is that this storm is entering into a more favorable, it's more favorable now. Like what we're seeing right now is some storm merger activity. You can actually see the hook really forming. We got a hook echo really starting to wrap up here near Houston and Highway 8. And so once this little activity merges into the supercell, a tornado could definitely develop on this. We're going to go full cam to the camera in Amory, which is just off to the east of this storm. And this is what it looks like right now. There's a lot of lightning, and there's some cloud to ground lightning in the horizon as well. We're going to look closely and see if there's a wall cloud. There might be one. It also could be kind of buried in the rain. But once this rain clears out, I definitely think a tornado is possible. Thank you, Jones, for the super chat. I've been watching since the Minden, Iowa tornado emergency last year, and it barely missed my sister's house, thankfully. That's crazy. Crazy to see damage right after a tornado. Thanks for all you do. It definitely is. I personally have, I've seen tornado damage before. The tornado that hit, I think it was Fort Pierce, Florida, from the Hurricane Milton tornado. Like, that was kind of crazy, and that wasn't even that significant. I think it was like maybe high-end EF2, low-end EF3 damage where we were looking. But yeah, I can only imagine it, you know, when it's anything higher than even a low-end EF3. Thoughts on the upcoming tornado and severe weather season? I think it's going to be active. I don't think it's going to be... I don't think we're going to have as many tornadoes as last year, but I do think we are going to have a lot more strong and even intense and potentially even violent tornadoes. I do think the number of tornadoes that we have is going to be higher. All right, we are starting to see this storm clear out now, so we might be able to see a wall cloud now here in Amory. The storm again has a potential to produce a tornado. Middle right might be it. Middle right, there's something there. Middle right and middle left, that's kind of where we are seeing a bit more of a lowering. I do think the velocities are going to really ramp up over the next couple minutes. After this little merger happens. Unless we keep seeing all this convection feed in, which this is actually going this direction, but unless we keep seeing convection feed into where the inflow is in the hook, this thing could definitely go bananas. The storm that's just south of Tupelo, near Okolona, not nearly as concerned about that storm rotating. I'm more concerned about the one west of Amory. Back over near Winona, in central Mississippi, it's mostly just quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds even around Greenwood. I'm not too concerned about that activity. And back over in Louisiana, the storms here are mostly lightning, some hail, and wind. I'm not seeing much that looks concerning when it comes to a tornado threat. But yeah, honestly, this storm right now south of Tupelo has my full attention. I'm going to go full cam again to Amory. See if we can see that lowering. It looks like we have a very long cloud base. I mean, the entire thing there, from that light pole, it's kind of middle left of your screen, just north of the RNS and Chasers. There's a lowering there, and I think there's one all the way towards the other, like, cell tower. I think really near that cell tower on the right is the main area, though. Hey, Todd, for the super chat. We're in Columbus for business. What we got, Max? What Columbus are we talking about? It's a lot of Columbuses. Thank you, Cyclonic, for the super chat as well. Do you think the March 13th to 17th outbreak was the worst tornado outbreak you've ever covered? Yeah, I would have to say it was definitely the worst two-day tornado outbreak we've ever covered. I mean, we were live for 27 hours in 2 days, and that was 27 hours of being live within 36 hours. I think that's saying a lot for the magnitude of a severe weather event. Once again, we do have a lowering, kind of middle right. It's the only lowering I'm seeing. I don't see it really much on the middle left. This is in Amory, Mississippi right now. Supercell is approaching. On radar, the hook echo is coming together. Organizing a lot. The velocities are still pretty mediocre. But we definitely have a little couplet attempting to form. It's not much, but there's a little couplet there. For Henderson, Texas, we just got an upgrade. Golf ball-sized hail is now possible, which is back up near Tyler. So Tyler, Texas, significant hailstorm. Actually, look at this thing. We had a storm merger happen on a hailstorm, and this thing's gone bananas as well. Near Moore Station, Coffee City, and Berryville. Huge hail core. Just southwest of Tyler. Yes, the Rolling Fork tornado was confirmed. That was over an hour ago now, but that's not on the ground or anything anymore. If I recall, the last major outbreak you were live for was the longest last May, and that was 15 hours. Yes, that was our longest up until recently. Our longest live stream of all time is now the 15-hour live coverage on the Saturday high risk last weekend. Once again, we got a hook echo. We got a strong inflow near Houston. This thing's clearing out a lot more now, so there's a chance that we get a tornado on this. Gonna go back full cam to Amory on the Has cam from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. By the way, shout out to Carrie, as well as Michaela, Candace, Anthony, Denise, Crystal. We're all picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the support. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to get 1 million subscriber merch, this is your last chance. There's only a week left to get signed hats, t-shirts, mug stickers, and much more. It is the top link in the description below, or shopmaxvelocity.net. It's one of the best ways to support what we do here and be able to have all the cameras and storm chasers that we have. Birds here are putting out a garden. Southern Indiana, rain can... Bro, I'm guessing you've had a lot of rain so far this spring. Thank you, Douglas, for the super chat. Columbus, Mississippi. All right, let me look where that is. Columbus, Mississippi is not really seen much yet, and by the time these storms shift to the south, because right now they're mostly moving east, but by the time they start shifting a bit more to the south, it'll be more of a wind risk for Columbus. All right, we should have a new velocity scan in a second. Again, hook echo is fully formed now near Houston, Mississippi. The question is going to be the low-level winds. That is the age-old question. Thank you, Leah, for the 10 gifted members. W's in the chat for Leah. Appreciate the generosity. Appreciate your support as always. Thank you also, Jamie, for becoming a 10-month member. What about East Tennessee? Nothing's happening in East Tennessee for probably a while, other than what's already happening, which is just some showers and a little bit of lightning. The severe weather risk in East Tennessee, though, generally speaking, is very low tonight. All right, velocities did not update. This is about 6 minutes old. But the storm is definitely coming together. They have just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Montgomery counties, which is back over near Winona, to a tornado possible label. So central Mississippi now, a brand new tornado possible label, and this storm also was just upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. For Carroll and Montgomery counties. They've also just upgraded the warning in Navarro, Freestone, Limestone, and Anderson, Texas counties to golf ball sized hail, which is a considerable damage threat. Seems like so far our biggest thing has been hail. We have had a scattered area of large hail from Texas all the way back over into Alabama. We also got some storms now rolling through Bowling Green, Clarksville, Paris, and also near Union City. Main concern being some damaging winds and a little bit of hail. We also got a big hailstorm just northeast of the radar site. This is near Detroit, Alabama. Huge hail core right over near Detroit. All that white and black, that's going to represent a significant hail core. It'll be on track for Gwynn and Winfield here pretty soon. Also, a little bit of rotation now developing near Okolona. So we got a little bit more rotation developing there, and also near Houston. That storm, velocities have not updated yet, but that rotation is still probably coming together. We'll have another radar scan for velocities in a second. We do have a new update from John regarding the Texas storms. You can go ahead, John. John, you're muted.
This is not going to happen for the first time. All right. So going back to the storm back in Kerrville, where it was labeled as a destructive thunderstorm, in the span of about an hour, they had reports of about golf ball size hail all the way up to baseball size hail about an hour ago. So that shows you how quickly that storm developed. And now it does look like that it has been downgraded to considerable golf ball size hail.
All right, thank you for the report. Also, we do have a new update back over in Texas regarding the Texas storms. Hail risk is converging. They're actually using the word converging towards the San Antonio area with additional storm clusters further off to the northeast. So San Antonio, Austin, Georgetown, Kerrville, hail risk is continuing to stay elevated. Up to tennis ball sized hail is possible across this area. We've already had baseball sized hail, though, as mentioned prior, on that storm back over northwest of San Antonio. Thank you, McCaleb, for the super chat. Oopsie, didn't mean to say your name, my bad. Appreciate the super chat. All right, let's go back to, I think we're going back to Amory. Well, it looks like an Amory right now. Again, we got a supercell just off to the west that is rotating. Bottom right of your screen are those two different storms. Lots of lightning right now in the Amory area. They're moving the camera, but we're gonna go middle. I'll just stay on here for now. So 3 cameras, bottom of your screen. Still got Corey Gherkin back over in Western Mississippi. And we have Ben Williams. Let's go to Ben. Go to Ben Williams here.
Which means another storm is trying to nudge it from the, another storm is trying to nudge it from the west, which could...
Ben Williams is in Houston. He's actually on the area of rotation right now. So this is the storm that has a little bit of rotation and is trying to come together.
We're not going to be able to stick with this storm for a ton of time.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen in Okolona. But Ben is right over Houston, Mississippi, which is, again, where the rotation is.
Definitely a nasty supercell here in Houston, Mississippi here. Insane lightning. Some rotation be right behind us. We're going to get a view of that in just a minute.
Oh, it's very dark. A lot of rain and lightning. But if he has anything, we'll go back to him. Let me I'm gonna put him in place of Corey for now. Question is, what number is he? It's this one. Okay, we got Ben Williams bottom left of your screen. So he's currently, again, on the Houston storm, which has been so far the more concerning storm as of late. It's been trying to come together. The only thing that's really stopping it right now is that we have too many storm mergers. So as long as these storm mergers continue, I do think the storm will struggle to produce a tornado. But I mean, if it stops, it's going to have a pretty good window of opportunity to produce something. But it's been slowly intensifying, slowly becoming a larger supercell as well near Houston and Okolona. And it very well could produce a tornado. Back over Detroit, Alabama, we got a big hail core right over Detroit. And very heavy rainfall. Be approaching Interstate 22 just north of Gwinn. That's the, I think, second or third storm that's hit that area now. Back over in Winona in central Mississippi, we got a hook echo on this storm and a strong inflow. Right over Highway 82. The storm is actively producing hail and wind, lots of lightning as well. I think we might have a camera here in Winona. I could be wrong. Might be further east. It's a little bit further east. But in Winona, again, just make sure that you're staying away from windows. It does have a tornado possible tag on there, as there is a little bit of rotation on this particular storm. It'll eventually track towards Kim Michael, Walthall, and Euphoria. Be in the track of it. Also, we got a new large severe thunderstorm warning near the Eudora area, Anguilla, and Hollandale, just north of Rolling Fork, which unfortunately Rolling Fork just had a tornado on the west side of town just over an hour ago. So you're going to get more storms on top of what you've already seen. Again, for Anguilla, Hollandale, and near Rolling Fork. Thank you, Samantha, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for coverage on the Indiana and Chicago storms. Our town doesn't have tornado sirens, but we listened to your reporting and we're well aware of the storm. Once it went over our house, one went over our house, thankfully no damage. Well, I'm glad you didn't have any damage, and I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I can help. A little quick update in Kentucky and Tennessee. Currently across Kentucky, we had a long line of thunderstorms. That's non-severe, believe it or not. Even though we have a line of storms stretching well over 100 miles northeast to southwest. This is mostly just some strong storms. Really getting off the hook for the most part in Kentucky this evening. Moisture is a bit lower up here, so that kind of helps to alleviate significant severe weather. But anywhere from Lexington back into Bowling Green, there will be some gusty winds, some small hail. This is a live shot right now in Bowling Green. And again, the clouds are very low on the Radar Omega camera here. But once again, line of storms rolling through, mostly gusty winds and some small hail. Clarksville's also getting hit by that line. And then back over in northwest Alabama, again, we mostly have hailstorms. Nothing really other than that. Not really any rotation on those cells. And the main concern for a tornado would be these two cells, if they're able to come together, which so far it's been a mess. But if they are able to come together, tornado threat could increase. And then also back over near Winona. The storm near Winona, near Interstate 55, this one's coming together quickly. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with this here soon if the velocities intensify just a little bit more. Actually, let's go to Amory. I just saw a lowering. That's much more clear. This is Amory, Mississippi. This is Ben. This is Amory, Mississippi. If we get another lightning strike behind the lowering, you'll see it. But there is actually a bit more. It's a scuddy lowering right now, but there is a lowering. So we'll see if we get lightning behind that lowering. It's all mostly in front of it right now. Shout out to Kurt, Paul, Candy, and Mike for all picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the support, guys. There it is right there. You actually just saw it. If you guys saw it there for a second, there is a pretty clear lowering. See if we get another lightning flash there. There's plenty that are at least illuminating it to some extent. Just west of Amory, Mississippi. There's a lot of lightning with this storm. Very highly electrified. That lowering looks impressive. I need to get a screen grab of this. Really need to get a screen grab just so you guys can see the structure better. It's very split that you can actually see it. Any tornado warnings? We've had a few. We've had 3, I think, now. Or 2. Actually, I think we've only had 2. Hey, Revelant for the super chat. Also, Austin for the super chat. Henderson County, Texas has a tornado possible label. Okay. Good to know. I did not see that. We have so many warnings, it's hard to keep track. This is back over in Henderson County, Texas. And we do indeed have a little bit of rotation near Mexica and a little bit over near I-45 near Fairfield. Lots of lightning on these storms, too. I mean, a tornado was really not my bingo card today in Texas. But there is a little bit of rotation with the 2 little cells there. Everything around Austin is hail. Yeah, that's really about it. All right, let's go back over to Amory, where we do have a large lowering right now approaching the town of Amory. The storm continues to look very disorganized on radar, so I think it's going to take a lot for this to produce a tornado, but nonetheless, it's Pretty scary looking storm. You can see it again. You just saw it there briefly. Still have that lowering back there. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Jennifer, for the super chat. Watching from Tupelo, Mississippi makes me feel nervous when you're watching our local sky cams and storm chasers in our area. Yeah, I mean, Tupelo has had already a heck of a day. But luckily, in about an hour, I think our severe weather risk is lower. But there will be potentially another round of storms overnight. It just won't be as significant. Getting a lot of hail just south of Austin. Thank you for the report. Also, thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. Just said that. Appreciate it. Lightning is just illuminating the sky. Go back to the 3-cam view. We'll have that bottom middle. This explains all the mosquitoes. Yeah, I mean, it does. We do have a lot of mosquitoes. All the moisture just adds on to it. So you're not wrong about that. All right, looks like Ben is in a low signal area. We'll go back to Corey. Oh, yeah, we're at 21 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It's not as bad as what we had earlier, but still got plenty. We actually have one again in Kentucky. Lexington, Kentucky. If you're tuning in from Lexington right now, severe thunderstorm warning for your area. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really any tornado risk up here, as I've mentioned before. And guess what? I can't believe this, but once again, we are outside of the severe weather risk area for today. Not even a marginal risk in place for Lexington. So a little bit of a oddity. Again, this happens sometimes, but we sometimes get storms that are outside of a risk area that are producing severe weather. And in this case, for Lexington, you are right smack dab in the middle of that. You're only in the general risk of storms today, which means severe weather is not really expected, but there is some severe weather in your area. That's the second one we've had up there now. Huge hailstorm currently happening near Detroit, Alabama. And then we have 2 cells right now near Amory, just south of Tupelo, that are producing mostly just wind and hail. Still a low tornado risk. And then back over near Winona, we still have a hook echo on this storm right over the town of Winona, just south of Duck Hill. I don't think we're going to get a tornado warning on that anytime soon unless the velocities really intensify. We just got a new damage report out of Houston, Mississippi, which is where Ben Williams was just moments ago. A tree is down on a house, which is reported by a local emergency manager. So just to the west of Amory. New damage report there. We also had 2-inch sized hail reported in Pioneer, Louisiana just a little while ago. We've had plenty of hail reports. All these little, like, kind of diamond-shaped things that you're seeing on your screen, those are all different hail reports with the number of the magnitude of the hailstone size, and there's tons of them, anywhere from northwest Alabama all the way back into Texas. Our most substantial hailstorm was Kerrville, which produced hail up to baseball-sized hail. All right, let's go back to Amory. See if we can see that lowering again. But the Amory storm near Houston has become much more of a wind and hail threat. Rotation is really just wrapped in the rain now. You just saw it there on the left. Still have a little bit of a wall cloud shape right there. Yeah, there's clearly a wall cloud there on the left above that bright light. Paul, I'm not going to say where I go until I'm done college, just for privacy reasons. But I am in college for about like 1 more month, and then I'm done. Thank you, Isaac, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Michaela, for the $5 donation on PayPal. I appreciate that. What am I studying? I am about to have my bachelor's in meteorology, so not far from it. Only got like 30 more days. Thank you, Alexis, excuse me, for becoming a member. Well, this storm hit Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is not in the track. All right, we do have an update from John. Go ahead, John.
All right, continuing on the down tree in just reported, there are also more trees down on Rose in LaFleur, Mississippi, in Bena. And then there were 3 power poles that were knocked down in Colbert, Alabama, and Cherokee. So the winds are very strong with these storms.
All right, thank you for the report. A lot of trees down, and that is going to be a common occurrence tonight with how many storms are severe, obviously, in addition to the damaging winds that we have present with most of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now. All right, going back over to Amory. Sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing. Back over in Amory, the last couple scans are once again showing an area of inflow that is intensifying. So we have a hook echo once again just southeast of Houston, Mississippi, and an inflow notch going towards Aberdeen. So Aberdeen, Mississippi, you're in the track of this just to the north of West Point. We'll see what the velocities look like. Again, this is a little bit behind, but if I had to guess, we could definitely get a tornado with this. The storm itself, the velocities have not been impressive, but we still have an inflow and a hook. We've had a wall cloud present a few times on that Amory camera, which at this point, it's going to be hard to see it because now it's wrapped in rain, but yeah, definitely still an interesting storm. Also, right over Amory, currently got a little hook on this storm, going right into Amory, Mississippi. The velocities are very weak right now, but it could still see a brief spin up with this. Damaging winds and some hail being the main concerns for Amory. Also, back over in Beaverton, in Winfield, we got a big hailstorm near Detroit, traveling right along I-22. And we are beginning to see a line of thunderstorms developing across central Mississippi. So a full-blown line of thunderstorms developing across central Mississippi. Lots of lightning, some hail, some damaging winds, all associated with this. The peak threat of wind is 70 miles per hour near Hollandale. Going back to Amory, if we get you can actually see the big lowering again, middle of your screen. There's a large, it looks like wall cloud. Yeah, middle of your screen. There's a wall cloud there in the west side of Amory. Storms are highly electrified. Definitely have a wall cloud still on that cell near Amory. And the camera has actually just gone out. We may have lost power. That's the first time, I think, today that we've actually lost that camera. Wait and see if it comes back up on the bottom middle. But there is a lot of lightning. Definitely could have lost power there on that camera in Amory. All right, just came back. Never mind. All right, so we're going to go back to it. There is still a large wall cloud. You can see it in the middle once we get more lightning. Doesn't mean we're going to see a tornado with how the low-level winds are pretty weak right now, but definitely still possible if it's able to become more discreet. That is a very impressive lowering. That's gotten a lot closer to this camera, too. I think this is the storm, though, that's over the west side of Amory. It's not the one back over near Houston. That's a massive wall cloud. If only it was daylight, this would look even crazier. We're only able to get a few flashes of it. That's a large wall cloud. Wow. That's probably about 2 miles left to right, if I had to guess. Let me give it a couple more flashes, and I want to go back to radar. I mean, that's huge. I really want to get a screenshot of it. Just be able to outline some stuff here. It's hard to time it. Hey, John, can you screenshot the wall cloud and send it to me whenever it gets illuminated? You can go back on the stream, too. Thank you, Russell, for the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Foe, for becoming a member. At the bottom middle, we still have a wall cloud there. Once again, we have a couple different storms that are producing severe storms up here near Amory. One of which is over the Amory area. That's, I'm pretty sure, where the wall cloud's actually coming from. There is a little hook in here. It's really getting buried in rain, but there is some rotation there. The other storm that's become a lot more concerning just over the last few minutes is the one east of Houston, which is going towards Aberdeen, Mississippi. Have a very strong inflow, and it's really cleared out a lot out in front of this little hook echo that we have over Highway 8. So, a tornado remains possible with this cell. There is no tornado possible label on it, but that doesn't mean we can't see a tornado. Here is a bit more. This is a bit better of a view of that wall cloud that we are seeing right now in Amory, just moments ago. So, in case you guys are not able to see it in between the lightning flashes, it's a pretty sizable lowering. I mean, once again, just a large lowering, which again is one of the things that you need for there to be a tornado. You need a large lowering like this. It does indicate that we have some a good amount of organization. Lots of wind shear as well, even in the low levels, but it's not quite reaching the ground, which is the one thing that we've had so far today that's been limiting a lot of these storms. They have just issued a new warning for Amory and Smithville with a tornado possible label on it, which again is because of this lowering that we have. This is an even better shot of that lowering just moments ago in Amory. So again, very impressive wall cloud here. Very low to the ground too. I mean, if I had to guess, it's only about 1,000, maybe a couple thousand feet off the ground at most. Yeah, we still have it a little bit. It's a little bit less organized, but it's still there. This is, again, the live view in Amory on the HazCam from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera. Wow. That's impressive. It's gotten a lot closer to the camera, too. Much more clear. Bottom right of your screen is what the rotation looks like. We have a small area of convergence near Amory, which is where the wall cloud's located, but that is a huge wall cloud still. If somebody else can give me a screenshot of this over the last minute or so, let me know. That thing is growing. Again, the velocity's on radar. I mean, it's not very strong near the surface level, and keep in mind, our radar is right here. It's right over Greenwood Springs. I'm curious if we can go from a more distant radar site. But I mean, at least near the ground level, the winds are still not really coming together, not really converging well, but impressive to say the least. Got a little, I think a little inflow tail too on the right. Also, we have really strong rotation near Hollandale that has been coming together for the last few minutes. There is a potential tornado risk near Hollandale, Mississippi. It's over in western Mississippi. Just west of Silver City. That's pretty impressive. Here's another view just moments ago of the wall cloud. Just, again, it's hard to see with... Not that... Again, being nighttime, it's hard to see. But that's another view of that wall cloud just moments ago. But it does look like it's getting more illuminated now in the camera. Yeah, strong rotation back over in western Mississippi near Hollandale. Near Winona and Duck Hill, we have a couple areas of rotation as well. Might even have a couplet developing here. The velocities haven't updated yet, but there might be a couplet trying to develop there near Amory. We can go back to Amory. This is a live shot with a large wall cloud middle of your screen. Thank you, Mike from Florida, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat. Power flash on Corey. Corey is near... Corey's on Hollandale. Let's go to Corey. I don't know what button Corey is. Alright, Corey Gherkin's on the Hollandale storm. That one had really strong rotation. Apparently there was just a power flash a moment ago.
I do hate these lags and the radar right now.
It's hard to see anything here.
I've got those on again.
Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member.
I'm just trying to figure out what the heck on that button.
Yeah, I kind of want to get out ahead enough so we don't have lines come down right here in case it's really windy around the front edge. 'Cause then we're just stuck.
Yeah, it's hard to see really anything right now.
There's got to be some strong wind up there for that.
We're going to keep a close eye, though, on him. Let's go back over to...
That or it's a crap line.
Yeah.
Go back to Amory. So the Amory storm is about to roll through. In eastern Mississippi. Still have a large lowering moving in here to Amory. That's what it looks like right now on live radar. Again, main area of rotation and convergence is over the south side of Amory. Be approaching Splunge, Sipsey, Fork, and Gatman over the next 15 minutes. Damaging wind risk is definitely here. There is still a tornado possible label on this cell. The one that's south of Okolona going towards Aberdeen, that one's been struggling a little bit more. That is moving east-southeast. Wow. This warning's gotten up. This warning just got upgraded. We now have a destructive storm here in the Hollandale area with a tornado possible label as well. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are currently possible with this. We're going to put Corey Gherkin bottom right of your screen because he's on this storm. This is a serious storm right now near Hollandale. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which are essentially a EF0, even sometimes in some cases EF1 type tornado, but it's a widespread area of damaging winds. Near Hollandale, it's moving towards Anguilla, just to the west there of Belzoni. Velocities are very strong on this. We definitely could see a tornado with this. I mean, this is a very impressive signature here on radar. It's eventually going to go towards Yazoo City as well. But this is a substantial storm moving out of the southeast. Let's go to Corey, who's again on this right now. This is not... This is in Amory. So Corey Gherkin again currently on this storm near Hollandale.
Got a frog. PDS hopping frog advisory.
They're losing connection right now. We'll go back to them, but yeah, this is an impressive storm. And we got a major wind threat going towards Anguilla, Silver City, and Rolling Fork and Yazoo City in the long term. And there's also a little hook again. The little hook there, a little inflow. That is a serious storm right now, moving down to the south. Right along the I-20 corridor, we still have plenty of severe weather happening in northern Louisiana, mainly some large hail and damaging winds. The Texas storms have also been at times on the more significant side of things. Mostly some half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Nothing really as substantial as before. We had baseball-sized hail at one point. Highest storm there is golf ball-sized hail. And then back over in eastern Mississippi and western Alabama, we got several storms here that are producing mainly damaging winds and hail, low tornado risk. More significant hail risk right now is going to be back over south of Hamilton in Alabama. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning near Huntsville that has already moved through Huntsville. It's going towards Scottsboro and Woodville. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. But aside from that, again, the storms in Tennessee and as well as Kentucky are on the low side of things. We're mostly just talking about strong storms right now. Still a low threat for severe weather, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that activity. But the bulk of the severe weather is pretty much lining up near the cold frontal boundary. South now Arkansas and Mississippi, Louisiana and Alabama, and even parts of Texas. It's back over to Corey, and it looks like we do have a lowering there. Maybe a small little lowering near Hollandale. Once again, this storm is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label here. And golf ball-sized hail is also possible.
Heck of a chase, my goodness.
There's a small little lowering there. In the middle of your screen. It's kind of a base. It's not really like a funnel or anything. I'm not even sure if it's really a wall cloud, but... Thank you, Angela, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Any concern for Clarksville, Tennessee? At this exact moment, it's just some gusty winds and small hail, and that's it. So, not too concerned about it.
It's probably a, jeez, bad time. I have to 10-100.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is live in Hollandale, Mississippi.
Velocities have kicked up again.
It's on the east side, high winds. Right, a possible label on this.
Mostly hail, probably. All things considered, I'm surprised they haven't coordinated though.
Corey needs a new windshield. Bro's windshield's gonna get busted out.
Got a tornado possible.
Is this heading to North Carolina?
Yeah.
The good news about this severe weather setup today is that it's not multi-day. It's really just one day, and that's today. So, there's very low risk tomorrow too, but it's mainly today. Also, we are now back up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. But just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening, this is what it's going to look like late tonight and into tomorrow morning. Notice how the storm system is spinning back over in the Great Lakes, and it's out of here by late tomorrow afternoon. There's really not much left other than rain along the East Coast and a few isolated storms, but really not much. So, again, the main concern is the next few hours. We got plenty of hail and windstorms out there. The severe weather risk really drops off after midnight tonight, but there could still be some damaging winds and isolated hail. The tornado risk is mostly going to be between now and about 12, and then it's kind of done after that. But, yeah. By the way, completely off topic, but we will have a video tomorrow morning. So just a heads up, we'll have a video tomorrow morning. Big weather pattern change is coming, and there will be another large storm next weekend that could actually be a bit more concerning than this one. We could be talking about a potential outbreak of severe weather Saturday or Sunday in the Great Plains. It's too early to tell the specifics on that. It's possible, it's not for certain, but we'll definitely have a video tomorrow morning because it looks rather significant. Also, quick update, back over near Amory, we have rotation intensifying right now. We could get a tornado warning here going towards Gatman, Mississippi. And we also have a little area of rotation west of Aberdeen. But this rotation right over Amory is completely rain-wrapped and has been coming together here over the last few minutes. So, potential tornado warning on that here soon. We'll see. I'll have another radar scan within the next, 30 seconds. But I do think a tornado might be trying to drop right now in Amory. It's a completely rain-wrapped area of rotation. Luckily, it has just passed through Amory, so if there is a tornado, it would be happening east of the town, going towards Gatman, Wise Gap, Quincy, and Greenwood Springs. But nonetheless, this is a bit more of a concerning storm right now. New velocity scan is literally coming in now. We'll stay here. We got some convergence right over Hatley. So that's the area of rotation. A little couplet over Hatley. We're approaching Quincy, Sipsey, Fork, Gatman, Greenwood Springs, and Spelunge. That's a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. Our rotation is wrapped in rain entirely over Hatley. Surprised there isn't a tornado warning on it, honestly. And also back over in western Alabama near Gwinn and Winfield, significant hailstorm right along I-22. If you are traveling along I-22 between Hamilton and Carbon Hill, you might want to avoid the area. Significant hailstorm happening there right now. Back over to the Hollandale storm. Rotation's been a bit broader over the last few minutes, but we still have damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. That is possible. Again, this is a destructive storm, producing golf ball sized hail and 80 mile per hour damaging winds, again, near Hollandale and west of Belzoni. Let's go back over to Corey. And Corey is currently on the storm here in western Mississippi on the Hollandale storm, which is producing 80 mile per hour winds.
Kind of random, at least where it was located. A little strange.
Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jesse, also for becoming a member. And thank you, Relevant, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Like 30, 40 mile
Appreciate the compliment.
Yeah. Yeah, we were at least.
Alright, not really much to see right now, but definitely a significant threat right now in western Mississippi. Going back to Amory. Again, velocities have been tightening over the last few minutes. Again, I'm kind of surprised there isn't a tornado warning here, but there is, again, convergence. We have strong winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. We have a new radar scan coming in now, so we'll see what it looks like. But, again, there's enough rotation here for there to be a tornado. Your Highway 278 going towards Quincy. This is the latest velocity scan. And it's starting to wrap in the wrong direction. So rotation's a little bit broader on the latest scan, and it will probably trend that direction. And this is a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, so it's going to be hard to produce a tornado anyway, but velocities were tight there for a second. I honestly wouldn't rule out that we maybe just had a brief tornado near Hatley. But generally speaking, the rotation's definitely weaker than before. Any risk for Tuscaloosa or Birmingham tonight? So Birmingham, Alabama, and Tuscaloosa, you guys are going to see, I think, some storms after midnight, so it's going to be about a few hours. This will again form into a line of thunderstorms, so Fayette between Starkville. This will form into a line, and then eventually by the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, we'll have a few storms in your area, but I don't really expect much severe weather. Should be mostly strong storms. If there's anything severe, 60 mile per hour winds and a little bit of hail is possible. This is just moments ago. This is again from the HAZ cams that we've been looking at back over near Amory. This was a few moments ago, but this is about like 10-15 minutes ago now probably. But this was when we had a large lowering near Amory. Large wall cloud. You don't really see this very often, but yeah, huge wall cloud. Just nothing to show for it, though. The low-level winds are just so weak today. Also, we have a new damage report coming out of the west side of Houston near Pyland in Mississippi, a report from the public of another tree down. So trees being down is becoming a common theme with these severe storms, in addition to the hail that we have basically everywhere right now. What about Panama City? If you're talking about Panama City, Florida, you guys are fine. The only risk of severe weather down there is tomorrow morning. Like late tomorrow morning. Thank you also, Jesse, for becoming a member. The lightning is crazy. There's a lot of lightning. I mean, I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view just so you can see it all, but there's lightning everywhere. This is a very highly electrified area of thunderstorms. And I'm going to check real quick the amount of lightning that we actually are seeing here. Give you guys an estimate here. So over the last minute, we've had 250 lightning strikes stretching from Kentucky all the way back into Texas. For reference, that means we're getting almost 4,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So these are highly electrified storms. If we only do Louisiana, Mississippi, and Northwest Alabama, that's 180 lightning strikes a minute. So the majority of our lightning is out of this slew of thunderstorms from Shreveport back into Huntsville. And we're currently sitting at about 2,700 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So quite a bit of lightning. What's the record? The record's very high. It's definitely not 2,700 or 4,500 or whatever. If I had to guess, we are probably, like, the record, I don't know the exact record, but probably the record's over 10,000 if I had to guess. So, yeah. Wow, okay, so this storm is rotating again over Hatley. Right over Hatley in Mississippi. Rotation is again intensifying. We have convergence happening right over the east side of Hatley, near Parham. Just north of Quincy. I am again surprised that we do not currently have a tornado warning on this. This is like not far from producing a tornado. It's fully wrapped in rain. If you look at reflectivity, that's where the rotation is. But the rotation is intensifying again over Hatley. I feel like there's enough here for there to be a tornado warning. And this is right next to the radar site, so this is even lower to the ground than we usually are accustomed to looking at. This is just for reference. A little bit higher up into the atmosphere. This is the velocities, so very strong rotation over the east side of Hatley. Just that's a little bit higher up. If you go back to the surface, I mean, it's still strong enough here to see a tornado. Quick update on our Texas storms. We got a bunch of storms right now in Texas, and these are all going towards San Antonio. Heads up, if you're back over in San Antonio or even Austin, Texas, some big hailstorms are heading your direction. Definitely make sure you're protecting your vehicle if you're able to tonight. Golf ball-sized hail is heading in the direction of San Antonio. We also got a little hailstorm over near Austin that's producing quarter-sized hail right now. And there will also be some damaging winds with that activity. They have removed the tornado possible label on the cell that's east of Waco. And also near Jackson, we have another supercell there that's producing a little bit of hail and wind. I'm going to go back to... how is this not tornado warned? We might have a tornado. I think we have a tornado. There's not enough here to confirm it yet, but there is a very tight velocity signature over the east side of Hatley in Mississippi, and we still do not have a tornado warning on this. This is going to be near Splunge, Sipsey Fork, east of Amory. This is like plenty for a tornado warning, and there's still not one on this. Likely have a tornado right now. We don't have a confirmation yet, but there is enough here to say that we're very close to a tornado. If not, we have one. There's a very small CC signature there, but it's just not enough to confirm it. If you have any friends or family near Hatley or Bristow or Parham, make sure that they are in their safe place. This is a dangerous storm no matter whether there is a tornado or not, which again, I think there is one. For reference, in the Hatley area, there is the Hatley Attendance Center, the Hatley Missionary Baptist Church. There's a Dollar General in this area as well. That's mostly on the east side of town. We got another velocity scan coming in, so we'll see what that looks like. But we have very strong rotation on this, and there's
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they have now issued a tornado warning east of Hatley, south of Bristow. If I had to guess, there's a tornado in progress right now. So if you're in Hatley, Bristow, Parham, or Splunge, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm currently that is really stationary. It's not moving much. I don't see a debris signature yet, but the radar is about 4 minutes behind. It should update here in a second. And there is a very small little area that we probably have a tornado in. It's a very small debris signature. It's wrapped completely in rain. But likely tornado. Which this is going to be, if there is a tornado, it's going to be near Weaver Creek Drive. Which there are a few homes there. Got about a dozen homes or so near Weaver Creek Drive. Just south of Bristow. Near Nash Road. Very strong rotation once again. It did broaden out a little bit on this latest scan, but more than likely at least had a brief tornado. You can actually see, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see all the different like buildings here. Got a bunch of little buildings near Nash Road, Hodges Cove Road as well, and Weaver Creek Drive. Got some farms, several different residential buildings and homes there, lots of trees as well. And also a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. Just for reference, there are 3,000 people in this warning. This also includes Quincy in Mississippi. There's also a school in this warning. I'm not sure if that's in Hatley, but there is a school in this warning. I think that might be the Hatley Attendance Center, if I'm not mistaken. But if you're in Quincy or Hatley or any of these other unincorporated areas, please be in your safe place. Likely just had a tornado. Again, very small little debris signature on this storm. The velocities were strong moments ago. Again, a little bit weaker on the last scan. The last scan is not loading, but there was a little bit stronger rotation a moment ago. Here's the, or a little bit weaker. This is the latest scan, and it looks like it's occluding out. So we likely just had a brief tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but we just probably had a brief tornado there. Just east of Hatley, south of Bristow and Parham. But definitely could recycle. Again, this storm in particular has recycled now twice. Maybe even more times than that. Had wall cloud multiple times as well. So definitely a concerning storm here. Even if it's not producing anything actively, it could definitely do that again. I'm going to go back over to Corey just for the time being. I'll wait for another radar scan. And we'll go through a full update on every state here in a second as well. I just need to refresh my radar again. It's lagging a little bit.
Looks pretty ominous back there.
Yeah, Ohio's not going to really see anything tonight. Too far to the north. Okay, let's go through a little radar update on everything that is currently happening. And we are going to begin with Kentucky and then go south. So we'll go north to south here. Beginning with Kentucky, we got strong storms literally across the entire state. Mostly gusty winds, a little bit of small hail, plenty of lightning as well. Storms are stretching all the way even into southern Ohio right now, but nothing severe, which is good news. Nothing severe anywhere in Kentucky. Same thing with Tennessee. Nothing severe for right now. The tornado watch does go for about 2 more hours, which does include Nashville, Dixon, and Franklin. Mostly gusty winds as well with this, as it does go towards Nashville. Back over near Memphis, Tennessee, we've had some attempts of some new storms forming, but these have really struggled. Not really expecting any severe weather there. Back over in western Alabama, eastern Mississippi, this has been a focal point here for the last couple hours. We've had many supercells here that have been producing large hail, damaging winds, and even a low tornado risk. We likely just had a brief tornado there near Hatley. Small, very strong area of convergence. Now it's diverging into a much broader area of circulation here near Splunge and Parham. But elsewhere, we still have a big hailstorm near Winfield in Alabama going towards Carbon Hill. The main concern with this is 2-inch sized hail. And then near Aberdeen, we've had a hook on this storm for a while. It has had a pretty nice inflow as well, but it has been struggling to really produce anything other than hail and wind. Again, the low-level wind shear is very modest in this area. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning if you're in Jasper, Alabama. That's for $half sized hail. Back over south of Duck Hill and near Emporia, we do have a large storm system here. It's more of a line of thunderstorms right now that's producing some damaging winds and a little bit of hail. Lots of lightning as well as that continues to move east-southeast. Notice that we're starting to see the storms change directions a little bit. When we began the stream, they were moving more to the east-northeast. They're now starting to turn more to the southeast. So we are starting to see storms changing directions. They're moving more to the southeast, and eventually they'll all be moving south for the most part as we go into the overnight hours tonight. One of the more significant storms that we've had for the last hour is north of Yazoo City. A big wind risk right now, heading towards the north side of Yazoo City near Silver City, Belzoni, Lexington, and Eden for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and $half sized hail. North of the interstate, Interstate 20, north of Monroe, we've had some strong storms there. A couple more severe storms east of Shreveport, mostly gusty winds and a little bit of hail as well. And then back over in Texas, we have plenty of severe storms here across the board. Almost all of these are producing some level of large hail. Damaging winds also possible. The tornado risk across the board here in Texas is very low to near zero. But back over near Austin, we have a couple of severe storms there with $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can actually see north of San Antonio right now, we have an outflow boundary just out in front of this big hailstorm, which is going to lead to even stronger winds before the storm arrives. And then we'll also have downburst winds with the supercell itself. So a couple chances there for severe weather when it comes to the wind threat. All right, let's go back over to the tornado warning, which on the latest scan, we really don't have much left. The velocities have completely diverged. Not much there. All right, let's go over to John. John has an update for us. Go ahead, John. And I'm going to get a snack real quick, but go ahead.
Alrighty, so taking a look at some late arriving soundings that we've got from the National Weather Service. So starting in Mississippi, Cape values are still sitting around the 1,000, 2,000 values. And for those that are new to the stream, Cape basically stands for Convective Available Potential Energy, which is an indicator of how much energy is available to fuel the thunderstorms that are happening in the region. So higher the Cape, higher the energy available to fuel these storms. And then going on to storm relative helicity values, these are in the 200s, so they're higher than what we've seen in Texas. And this is a indicator of rotating updrafts or the chance of rotating updrafts, which are needed for supercells and tornadoes potentially. So this is definitely what we're seeing overall in Mississippi. Then going into Alabama, this is another sounding that came in late. Cape values in northern Alabama, where the station is at, doesn't show any yet. However, there's a lot of moisture coming from the Gulf. So as the cold front moves through associated with the storm, we could see some thunderstorms firing, especially in northern Alabama, moving to the south, where especially in southern Alabama, when the storms are lifted and the moisture is able to rise, we'll be seeing a lot more thunderstorms out. So we can't rule out any thunderstorms expected in South Alabama. And then for Georgia, moisture is not as prevalent. So around Georgia, can't see very strong thunderstorms like what we're seeing now expected.
All right. Thank you, John. Also, just got an upgrade. Freestone and Limestone counties in Texas, that warning was just upgraded to observed golf ball sized hail. So all the way back over here to Tague and Groesbeck. This storm is still plowing along. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds also possible with this as it continues to move to the southeast. All right, back over to our tornado warning, which once again has not been as impressive the last few minutes. We had a brief tornado, I think, near Hatley, and then since then it has just been a completely divergent area of velocities, basically meaning that our winds are going basically away from each other, so we don't really have anything converging anymore, not really any couplet. So the tornado threat there is dying off. That tornado warning will almost undoubtedly be canceled here in a few minutes. But elsewhere, we got a slew of severe storms still going. I would anticipate that we'll get a new severe thunderstorm watch, maybe a little extension for Tuscaloosa and maybe Birmingham here soon, as the damaging wind threat and hail threat will be increasing a little bit here over the next couple of hours. All right, we'll go back to the 3-cam view. Thank you, Lotus, for the super chat. Let me look up who this person is. Hey, Nader Juice, I don't know who you are, but you need to take down whatever you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to get a fat copyright strike. Apparently, he's taking my audio. That's pretty incredible. Thank you, Starlove, for becoming a member. For the record, I honestly don't care too much about, like, people, like, restreaming in a way, like, my, like, you know, I wouldn't say, like, restreaming, but, like, you know, if somebody's, like, watching my stream in, like, a full cam or whatever, like, everything's on the screen, that I don't care as much, but, like, somebody's literally just stealing my audio without anything else, it's just kind of weird. Get cheese curd on it? Cheese curd is eating. Actively eating. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. What's my criteria for going live? I don't have criteria. Never have, never will. I don't think there is a need for criteria. I literally just go live based on what I think I need to go live for. Like yesterday night, we were on standby for a live stream for that small 2% tornado risk in Missouri. You know, we almost went live. If the rotation was a bit stronger, we would have probably gone live, but we never got a tornado warning. Let's go over to Corey real quick. Oops. Corey is in a severe storm right now. Back over south at Hollandale. It's the one that was destructive near Belzoni, producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. Some nice rain coming down.
Here we go.
All right, we got some more reports coming in. Let's go to John with the latest update. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so we have some reports coming out of Mahia, Texas. Some emergency managers are reporting some ping-pong size hail. So 1.5 inch hail right there. And then in Wells Branch, Texas, public reports are showing nickel size hail.
All right, thank you for the update on the Texas hailstorms. Massive lightning east of Austin. There is a lot of lightning, pretty much everywhere. We have a bunch of different cameras, even on like the bottom of your screen right now. There are so many lightning strikes right now with these various storms. I mean, we're basically getting a flash of lightning every 3 or 4 seconds near Tupelo and even Amory, which is where we had that tornado warning, which they have now just ended the tornado warning. So, tornado warning has now ended. Having a few little issues here with these overlays, but there you go. Terry, if you're talking about Texas, it's mainly going to be a hail risk. At this point, the storm that was tornado warned has become very much just dominated by wind. There's not really much of a tornado risk left here, but if you are east of Amory, continue to stay away from windows. If you're in any of these warnings, damaging winds becoming really the primary concern with this activity. Very low tornado risk at this point. It's not zero, but it's definitely very low. So, not too concerned about the tornado risk right now with that activity. For now, could change. The Winona tornado possible label go away? It is. Yeah, they don't have a tornado possible label, or at least on the southern storm they don't. They still have it on the initial warning. But the rotation on this isn't really that impressive. I mean, we have broad circulation near Eupora, north of Kim Michael, but it's not really that impressive. It's very rain-wrapped. It's a very disorganized area of storms, and as I mentioned before, all these storms are going to start moving just purely south, which is going to lead to a much more wind-driven risk here of severe weather rather than tornadoes. So it should become more of a wind and low tornado risk, and then also some low-end hail risk as these storms start to move more to the south. Not fully done yet, but I think that, you know, at this point, it's a lot more hail than anything. And we also still have a major hailstorm that's about to roll into San Antonio. San Antonio, Texas. Right now, the main concern, $quarter to $half sized hail. There's a big hailstorm coming in. Hi, jeez. That's looking at me. All right, quick little forecast just for a moment. I do want to show you guys what's happening in the future after today. Today's threat, again, not over yet, but it's mostly hail and wind at this point. After today, it's going to be quiet, I think, for Tuesday, Wednesday. And then what we're going to be talking about in tomorrow morning's video is a large storm system that is likely by next weekend. We don't know what this is going to bring yet. There could be a severe weather outbreak of some kind with how intense this low pressure system's forecasted to be. Southern plains into the deep south and the Tennessee Valley are the main areas I'll be looking at, which is basically what we're covering today. And that'll eventually move into the Ohio Valley. And then we're probably going to see a lot more storm systems after that. But keep in mind, our jet stream right now is basically an omega block pattern, which means that we have a huge high pressure system on the west coast. And so the storm system we're dealing with today is actually almost an Alberta clipper in a way. So kind of an interesting little storm setup. But that ridge is going to stay in place all the way through the end of this week. And then it should open up by the weekend. And we should get a few big storm systems that move through the United States. And severe weather outbreaks and tornado outbreaks are going to become a lot more likely as we go into early to mid-April. So buckle up. I mean, we're going to have a little quiet period for about a week or so. We'll probably have video. We'll have a video tomorrow morning. Tuesday morning's unlikely. Wednesday, we'll probably have another video. Thursday, I don't know yet. And then Friday, I don't know yet. But we'll probably have a video every other day until we start to see a more concrete large storm in play. Because I don't want to be uploading like a video every single day with no new information. But if we have more information on Tuesday, we'll have a video. But we'll definitely have a video tomorrow morning, no doubt about that. I know we didn't have one today, but there wasn't really much to talk about other than what's happening now. So I thought a live stream was a good replacement instead of a video. So this next storm will make dads mad. That's the title tomorrow. This next storm will make dads mad. Honestly, a W title idea. That's not even Father's Day. Whenever Father's Day comes around, we got to do it. You always have a video? I didn't have one today. Took a break. I think we did one in a row for like probably over a month. I look forward to your forecast every morning. I appreciate that. It's different during like the winter and even spring when it's active. It's just like when it's quiet, there's nothing to talk about like that's significant. I think it's a good thing to not have a video, honestly. So I think it's just better to kind of space it out a little bit. As long, I mean, again, I'll probably still mostly do daily videos. There will definitely be occasions though where we only have like, you know, singular, like a video every other day. So yeah, Mother's Day is in May, and then June is Father's Day. We still have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. Kind of crazy. So this entire area, nothing in Tennessee or Kentucky right now that's severe. It's all from Alabama back into Texas. Huge slew of severe thunderstorm warnings still in place. Mostly hail and wind. Is Kansas City good? You are good. There's nothing happening in Kansas City. We might get a new, right now, this storm back over near Solgen in Alabama. We actually have a little bit of a hookup here, just west of Beaverton. I'd say it's a low tornado risk, but this could become something that's tornadic in like 10-15 minutes as it goes towards Winfield and Gwinn. I think Winfield and Gwinn in western Alabama have now seen, I don't know, this is probably like the third supercell that's gone through your area. So we got another severe storm that's going to be rolling right into your area over the next few minutes. But yeah, that might become something here in just a few minutes. Back over in Groesbeck, Texas, we actually have a little hook on this storm right now, just south of Groesbeck, Texas, going towards Jewett and Buffalo. Little inflow notch rotation's actually there, a little convergent area near Highway 3371 near Lost Prairie, Old Union, and New Hope. Won't rule out a tornado with this storm. It's in Texas. I mean, this environment's not really that great, but just east of Waco for reference. Hey, Lori, for becoming a member. When do we get a max velocity girlfriend reveal? Guys, I don't have a girlfriend. Don't have one. Probably won't have one for a while either. I have way too much stuff going on. Way too much stuff. You guys don't understand. Like, literally, even right now, like, last few weeks, I have had no free time. I've had none. It's been weather coverage nonstop. It's been videos. You name it. It's been everything. College. Been quite literally insane. No excuses. It's not even an excuse. It's just factual. Way too much stuff going on. Apparently Dibble was gonna make my my Tinder profile though, so we'll see how that goes. Homework this time of the year is nuts. That's pretty typical for spring. Pretty typical. This is the MRMS radar. A little bit more zoomed out. Storms are continuing everywhere. Nothing tornadic right now. Just all hail and wind. Should stay that way, I think, for the rest of the night. Maybe one more tornado. Tinder velocity. Hey, you aim here for the super chat. Once you graduate and get a job as a meteorologist, will you be able to continue streaming? I am going to continue streaming really no matter what after college. I don't have any intentions right now of getting like a job. Like, this is basically a job. Like, I know some of you guys might not realize that, but like doing this is pretty much a job. So it's I love it though. I mean, I don't find it as a job. I honestly just enjoy doing it. So yeah, I'm not planning on going to like a TV station or anything like that right now. And I mean, for the record, like we're expanding. Like, I know many of you guys might not realize this, but like, for example, John tonight, like he's probably going to be somebody that's on the streams a lot more. And I mean, we're going to be probably hiring some people, doing some stuff. You know, it's going to be busy over the next few months trying to organize some stuff. I can do a lot, obviously. I've been doing everything by myself for like 3 years. Even now, I still do most of the stuff, but just having like an extra person or two doing some like, you know, stuff like, you know, cameras, for example, being able to get the right camera, you know, building our camera database up essentially with all the different cameras that are across the country that you can use. And, you know, relaying reports, having somebody else that can, you know, basically help you in real time of what's happening. I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, I was kind of reluctant on hiring anybody, to be honest, but I think it's a good thing. I'm driving from Huntsville to Tuscaloosa. Will I be okay? You're probably going to be mostly seeing just a few thunderstorms. I would say by the time you get there, it won't be as concerning, though. A lot of rain, a little bit of lightning, a little bit of hail, maybe some wind, and that's really about it. Little update back over in Western Alabama. We actually have a storm that's been wrapping up over the last few minutes near Beaverton. It's the same one that produced a tornado only about 20 minutes ago near Hatley. But velocities haven't really come together. Winds going towards the radar, not really coming into this storm. Still not very organized, but a little convergent area. A little inflow notch too near Henson Springs. Eventually go towards Gwynn and Winfield. All right, we have another update from John. Go ahead, John.
All right. Speaking about Gwynn, in Gwynn, Alabama, it's been reported by broadcast media that there is now hail ranging from quarter to half dollar size. And then back in Tucker, Alabama, Marion County, there is reports of golf ball size hail in Winfield Trava Plaza. And lastly, for the recent reports, in Lost Creek in Texas, amateur radio is reporting 3/4 of an inch size hail.
Alrighty. Thank you for the report and the update. All right. Thank you to Michelle for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Currently hail in downtown Austin. Now, there's a pretty good hailstorm moving through there. I think it's mostly just around quarter size, though. Luckily, it's not anything bigger. If there's anything larger, we'd be talking about a destructive hailstorm or that populated of an area. And is Nashville doing all right? Winds are starting to pick up. We got some strong storms that are moving towards Nashville. It's actually a little bit more organized than before, but it's still just a strong line of thunderstorms. There's nothing really severe with this. So if you're in Nashville, Hendersonville, Gallatin, or anything like that, you can mostly just expect some strong winds, and that's really about it. There's much more to it. So Tennessee clear. I would say for the most part, Tennessee is pretty much done. There could be some more damaging wind potential, but other than that, the severe weather risk is pretty much near zero. But so far, I mean, this has been a small, I would say this has been a severe weather outbreak with the hail and wind that we've had. Tornado wise, though, we've only had maybe one, if not two tornadoes. So today's not going to classify by any means as a tornado outbreak, but we did have a couple brief little tornadoes. We had one near Rolling Fork earlier in the stream live on the Hazcam, and then one near Hatley in Mississippi, which I'm not entirely sure if that was definitely a tornado, but it was very likely at least a tornado there briefly. So, by the way, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we have our next video, which we'll have a video tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a big video. It's going to be talking a lot about what's upcoming over the next 7 to 10 days, just a general forecast. Might even have one on Tuesday. We'll see. Might have one on Wednesday. We'll probably have one every day. Probably. We'll probably have one every day. If not, we'll have one tomorrow and then we'll have one Wednesday. So if you don't see a video on Tuesday, do not be surprised. By the way, don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Those links are in the top or down in the description below. Don't forget to follow us on those platforms. And if you want to join our weather community, you can on our Discord server, which is linked in the description as well. So definitely recommend you go check all that good stuff out. Join our community, follow us on other platforms. And yeah, that's really about it though for today's stream. I mean, there's not much else to really talk about. We got a lot of hailstorms, a lot of windstorms, but the tornado threat overall is winding down. I would stay live, but I want to get to bed so I can actually make a video tomorrow morning. So that's kind of the goal that I'm trying to achieve right now. So just to make sure we can have a video tomorrow morning and kind of give you a full-blown update, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. But as always, thank you all so much for watching today's live stream. Thank you to all the mods as well for being here. Appreciate you guys keeping the chat safe. Thank you anybody that super chatted, became a member, donated via Venmo, any of that stuff. I appreciate you guys all for tuning in to today's live stream. But other than that, I'm going to sign off for the night. I'll be back tomorrow morning again with a video. And yeah, the severe weather threat, though, overall is dying down. Don't forget, if you want to support our channel above and beyond, you can go ahead and check out Ruston, Louisiana. What's happening there? Give me 1 second. I'm going to check Ruston, Louisiana real quick. There's a broad area of rotation near Ruston. If you're anywhere just southwest of Monroe, storm to watch for just south of Ruston. But I'm still going to sign off because I need to get to bed. But if you guys want to support our channel above and beyond, don't forget we have our 1 million subscriber merch out at shopmaxvelocity.net. We have our signed hats, t-shirts, mugs, and stickers, and much more. You can check it all out. Top link in the description below. I do appreciate anybody that has been picking that stuff up. It has been I really do appreciate you guys supporting our store. And yeah, it's been pretty crazy over the last few weeks. We have all of our hats for the most part being shipped out by this week, by the way. Over 300 hats will be shipped out that are signed. And we still have about 100 left. So if you want to get a signed hat, don't forget, check that out, shopmaxvelocity.net. Other than that, appreciate you guys all tuning in. Thank you all for watching. And I'll see you guys all again in the next video, which is tomorrow morning, and then our next live stream probably next weekend. Should have about a 5-6 day break before another severe weather event happens. All right. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one.